The story of the Mongol Empire begins with one extraordinary leader, Temujin, the man who would later become known to history as Genghis Khan. During the late 12th and early 13th centuries, he achieved what few believed possible. Rival Mongol and Turkic tribes, long divided by conflict and competition, were united under a single banner. From this new alliance emerged an empire that, within only a few decades, would become the largest contiguous land empire the world had ever seen. After securing his authority across the eastern Eurasian steppe, Genghis Khan turned toward neighboring powers. The Tangut Kingdom of Western Xia was forced into submission in 1209, giving the Mongols influence over parts of northwestern China, Tibet, and Chinese Turkestan. Soon afterward, in 1211, Mongol armies crossed into northern China and launched a massive campaign against the Jin dynasty. Although this conquest would continue for years, Genghis Khan was confident enough in its progress to shift his attention towards Central Asia. The West offered even greater opportunities. One of his commanders had already shattered the Kara Kitai state in western Turkestan, bringing its territory under Mongol rule. With that obstacle removed, the road opened toward one of the wealthiest empires of the medieval Islamic world, the Khwarezmian Empire. In 1219, Genghis Khan unleashed one of the most devastating invasions in history. Officially, the campaign was presented as revenge after the Khwarezmian governor executed hundreds of Muslim merchants who were traveling under Mongol protection. Yet this incident was only part of the story. The Mongols had already recognized the political instability within the Khwarezmian state, and its immense wealth made it an irresistible target. For a rapidly expanding steppe empire, the prosperous cities and fertile lands of Central Asia represented both strategic and economic prizes. The campaign unfolded with astonishing speed. City after city fell before the Mongol advance. Magnificent urban centers that had flourished for centuries were left devastated, while resistance was crushed with overwhelming force. By 1223, the Khwarezm Shah had died in flight, his empire had collapsed, and Genghis Khan returned east, leaving trusted generals behind to govern the newly conquered territories. Mongol administration during these early years remained relatively simple. Their immediate concern was not building elaborate institutions, but securing obedience and extracting taxes, tribute, and military resources. Garrisons were stationed throughout the conquered lands to discourage rebellion, while experienced commanders gradually pushed the frontier even farther west. Over the following decades, Mongol influence spread steadily across the Middle East. Under generals such as Chormakan and later Baiju, Mongol armies expanded into Persia, the Caucasus, and eventually Anatolia. Their greatest success in the region came after the Battle of Kosa-Dagh in 1243, when the Seljuk Sultanate of Rum accepted Mongol supremacy. Despite these victories, significant regions still remained outside Mongol control. The Nizari Ismailis maintained their heavily fortified mountain strongholds across Iran. Independent dynasties continued to rule parts of southern Persia, while northern Iraq, the Jazeera, and the Abbasid Caliphate in Baghdad had yet to be conquered. Even so, the growing reputation of the Mongols inspired widespread fear. Many rulers chose diplomacy over resistance, sending embassies eastward in hopes of negotiating peace before Mongol armies appeared at their gates. Behind these military campaigns stood a powerful political philosophy. The Mongols believed that heaven had entrusted Genghis Khan and his descendants with the right and the duty to rule the world. Expansion was therefore viewed not simply as conquest, but as the fulfillment of a sacred mission. This belief shaped how the Mongols viewed every foreign ruler they encountered. Those who accepted Mongol authority without resistance were considered to have entered a state of peace and loyalty. Those who refused submission were treated as rebels against the natural order. Neutrality was not considered an option. Every kingdom faced a simple choice: submit peacefully or prepare for war. This ideology gave the Mongol leadership remarkable confidence. Each new victory reinforced the conviction that heaven favored their cause. Success seemed to confirm that their expansion had divine approval, strengthening morale among commanders and soldiers alike. While historians continue to debate how deeply these beliefs reached ordinary warriors, there is little doubt that the Mongol elite embraced them wholeheartedly, using them to justify continued conquest across Asia. Of course, ideology alone cannot explain the rise of the Mongol Empire. A combination of practical circumstances made Genghis Khan's achievements possible. China was politically divided and unable to dominate the steppe as it had during earlier periods. The nomadic world itself was highly adaptable, allowing tribes to merge rapidly under strong leadership. Control of wealthy agricultural civilizations also promised access to valuable goods that the steppe could not produce. Military culture played an equally important role. Mongol horsemen spent their lives mastering riding and archery from childhood. They could travel enormous distances with remarkable speed, survive under harsh conditions, and fight with extraordinary discipline. Combined with Genghis Khan's organizational genius, these strengths transformed scattered tribal warriors into one of history's most effective military machines. As victories accumulated, the empire expanded almost organically. Some tribes willingly joined the Mongol Confederation, attracted by its success and rewards. Others were defeated and incorporated into its growing military structure. Each conquest increased the empire's manpower, resources, and prestige, making future campaigns even more formidable. By the middle of the 13th century, a new chapter began under Genghis Khan's grandson, Hulagu. In 1251, the great Khan Munka ordered him to lead a massive expedition into southwestern Asia. Preparations took years, and Hulagu did not begin his major operations until 1256, commanding one of the largest Mongol armies ever assembled. His first objective was the destruction of the Nizari Ismaili fortresses, whose mountain strongholds had long resisted outside powers. Once that task was complete, attention would shift toward Iraq and the remaining independent rulers of the region. According to later Persian chroniclers, Hulagu was instructed to reward those who accepted Mongol authority while destroying those who resisted. His broader mission was clear: extend Mongol rule from Central Asia toward the borders of Egypt and secure permanent control over the western frontier of the empire. Although some medieval accounts were written decades after these events and may reflect political agendas, the overall direction of Hulagu's campaign is unmistakable. His enormous army was never intended merely to eliminate a single sect. It represented the next stage of Mongol imperial expansion, carrying forward the vision that had begun with Genghis Khan, a vision of an empire destined to stretch across continents and reshape the political landscape of Eurasia forever. Hulagu Khan's expedition was never intended to be an isolated campaign. It formed part of a much broader strategy designed by the great Khan Munka to push the Mongol Empire to the limits of the known world. While Hulagu was assigned the task of conquering the Islamic lands in the west, another of Munka's brothers, Kublai, was sent east to continue the conquest of China. These two massive operations were launched almost simultaneously, reflecting a carefully coordinated imperial vision that sought to expand Mongol power in opposite directions. Medieval chroniclers frequently describe these campaigns as twin enterprises. Both princes reportedly received enormous armies and broad authority to extend Mongol rule wherever opportunities presented themselves. Expansion was more than a military objective. It was central to Mongol political culture. Victory brought wealth, prestige, and legitimacy, while continuous warfare kept the Mongol nobility united behind the ruling family during a period of political uncertainty following Munka's rise to power. For Hulagu, the mission began with a clear objective: destroy the Nizari Ismailis, whose mountain fortresses had resisted outside powers for generations. Yet, this was only the opening phase. Once the Ismailis had been eliminated, Hulagu was expected to continue advancing deeper into the Islamic world. The broad instructions given to him left considerable freedom in deciding how far the campaign should extend, but surviving evidence strongly suggests that regions as distant as Syria and even Egypt were already being considered long before the army ever crossed into Persia. Historians continue to debate exactly what Munka intended for his younger brother. One interpretation argues that Hulagu had been sent to establish a permanent branch of the Mongol royal family in the west, much as Kublai would later create his own imperial court in China. According to this view, The Western territories were meant to become a subordinate khanate that remained loyal to the Great Khan while exercising authority over its own vast domain. Other scholars remain unconvinced. They point out that contemporary evidence is ambiguous and argue that Hulagu may initially have been nothing more than the commander of an expeditionary army. If he eventually founded his own dynasty, it may have been a decision shaped by changing political circumstances rather than by his brother's original instructions. Those circumstances changed dramatically in 1259 when Mungke died during the campaign against the Song dynasty. His death triggered a fierce struggle for succession among the Mongol princes. Far from the imperial capital, Hulagu suddenly found himself in a position of extraordinary independence. While rival claimants competed for supreme authority, he strengthened his own control over the western provinces, laying the foundations for what would later become known as the Ilkhanate. Kublai, occupied with his own civil war against Arik Boka, had little choice but to recognize Hulagu's growing authority. Within a few years, official decrees confirmed Hulagu's control over an immense territory stretching from the Oxus River towards Syria and the borders of Egypt. Whether this arrangement reflected Mungke's original intentions or simply acknowledged political reality remains one of the enduring questions of Mongol history. Another subject that continues to attract debate is the title adopted by Hulagu and his successors, Ilkhan. For generations, historians interpreted the word as meaning subordinate Khan, emphasizing loyalty to the Great Khan in Mongolia. More recent studies have suggested alternative explanations, arguing that the title may have originated from older Turkic traditions or simply meant ruler. Others have proposed that it conveyed the idea of a ruler who brought peace and order. Although its precise origin remains uncertain, one fact is beyond dispute. The title quickly became a defining symbol of the new dynasty and remained in continuous use by Hulagu's descendants. If the political aims of Hulagu's expedition were ambitious, the scale of his military force was equally extraordinary. Contemporary writers describe an army unlike any previously assembled for operations in the Islamic world. Some even claimed that 2 soldiers out of every 10 in the entire Mongol Empire had been assigned to the campaign. While this figure was almost certainly exaggerated, it illustrates the impression the expedition made on those who witnessed it. Modern historians generally estimate that Hulagu commanded well over 100,000 Mongol and Turkic cavalry, reinforced by tens of thousands of local allies recruited during the advance. Even conservative estimates place his army among the largest Mongol field forces ever deployed outside Inner Asia. Such numbers make it clear that the campaign was designed for far more than the destruction of a single religious sect. By the end of 1256, the first objective had been achieved. The network of Ismaili mountain fortresses had collapsed one after another. Their famous strongholds, long considered nearly impregnable, were captured, their leadership destroyed, and organized resistance came to an end. With this obstacle removed, Hulagu was free to pursue the larger goals of the expedition. Across Iran, local rulers rapidly accepted Mongol authority. Many had already chosen submission before Hulagu even arrived, understanding that resistance against such overwhelming military power would almost certainly end in disaster. Delegations carrying gifts and declarations of loyalty arrived from across the region, eager to avoid the fate that had befallen those who opposed the Mongols. One ruler, however, remained defiant, the Abbasid Caliph al-Mustasim in Baghdad. Politically, the caliph controlled little beyond the city and its surrounding countryside. Yet symbolically, his position was immense. As the spiritual leader of the Sunni Islamic world, he possessed a prestige that far exceeded his actual military strength. His continued claim to universal leadership represented a direct challenge to Mongol ideas of world dominion. Relations deteriorated quickly. Hulagu demanded military assistance against the Ismailis and expected formal recognition of Mongol supremacy. The caliph hesitated, refused to provide meaningful support, and declined to submit fully. Diplomatic exchanges followed, but neither side was willing to compromise. Early in 1258, Mongol armies surrounded Baghdad. The assault was swift and overwhelming. Within days, breaches appeared in the city's defenses, and resistance collapsed. The caliph was captured and later executed. What followed became one of the most devastating episodes in medieval history. Baghdad, once the intellectual and cultural heart of the Islamic world, was subjected to widespread destruction, mass killings, and extensive looting. The fall of the Abbasid capital marked not only a military triumph, but also the symbolic end of an era that had lasted more than 5 centuries. After securing Iraq, Hulagu paused rather than pressing immediately toward the Mediterranean. He spent more than a year reorganizing his new territories, establishing administrative control, and preparing for the next phase of expansion. His headquarters shifted northward into Azerbaijan, from where plans for future campaigns were carefully developed. By this stage, there was little doubt about his ambitions. Syria and Egypt had become the next objectives. Even before Baghdad had fallen, Hulagu instructed Mongol commanders operating in Anatolia to prepare for operations extending to the Mediterranean coast. He also ordered allied rulers to contribute troops for the coming invasion, making it clear that the campaign would not end in Mesopotamia. Captured officers and local allies were likewise instructed to gather additional forces for future operations against Egypt. Official reports sent back to the Great Khan celebrated the conquest of Baghdad while announcing plans to continue westward into Syria and beyond. These communications reveal that the destruction of the Abbasid Caliphate was viewed not as the conclusion of the campaign, but as merely another milestone in an even larger imperial project. The fractured political landscape of the eastern Mediterranean encouraged Mongol confidence. Syria was divided among competing Ayyubid princes, while Egypt had only recently come under the rule of the Mamluks. Rivalries, internal disputes, and shifting alliances suggested that the region might prove as vulnerable as Persia had been only a few years earlier. Late in 1259, Hulagu finally resumed the offensive. His armies advanced through the Jazira, securing most of Upper Mesopotamia while isolated strongholds continued to resist. One fortress, Mayafarikin, held out for months before finally succumbing. By the close of the year, the Mongol war machine had reached the borders of Syria. The next campaign would carry Hulagu's armies into direct conflict with the Islamic powers of the Levant, and ultimately with the Mamluk Sultanate of Egypt. It would become one of the decisive confrontations of medieval history, determining not only the future of the Middle East, but also the limits of Mongol expansion toward the Mediterranean. In 1250, Egypt entered one of the most unstable decades in its medieval history. The Bahri Mamluks overthrew and killed the Ayyubid Sultan Turan Shah, bringing Ayyubid rule in Egypt to an abrupt end. Yet the Mamluks did not immediately establish a secure regime of their own. For the next 10 years, Egypt and Syria were shaken by assassinations, rival factions, coups, military revolts, and rapidly changing alliances. Only the advance of the Mongols would force some of these competing groups to unite, and even then, meaningful unity emerged mainly in Egypt. The men at the center of this struggle were the Mamluks, elite slave soldiers who had become one of the most powerful military institutions in the Islamic world. Most were of Turkic origin and had been purchased as boys from the steppe regions north of the Muslim lands. They were converted to Islam, trained intensively in horsemanship, archery, military discipline, and religion, and eventually freed by the rulers or commanders who had purchased them. Their freedom, however, did not end their dependence on military service. Once manumitted, they entered the armies of their former masters as professional cavalrymen. Because they had been separated from their families, homelands, and native societies at an early age, they formed exceptionally strong bonds with their patrons and with the comrades who had trained beside them. These personal loyalties became the foundation of Mamluk political and military power. Mamluk society was unusual because it could not reproduce itself through inheritance. The son of a Mamluk was freeborn and therefore could not become a true Mamluk in the same sense as his father. Each generation of the military elite had to be renewed through the importation and training of new slave recruits. The system therefore created a constantly regenerating military aristocracy dependent on fresh manpower from the Eurasian frontier. Mamluk officers had already played important roles under Saladin and his Ayyubid successors, but their rise accelerated under the Egyptian Sultan al-Salih Ayyub. Suspicious of many of his existing troops, al-Salih built a new military force composed largely of recently purchased slave soldiers. These men became known as the Bahriya, probably because they were stationed near the Nile. The wider Mongol conquests indirectly assisted their creation. Mongol campaigns across the southern Russian steppe devastated the Kipchak Turkic tribes, killing many and carrying others into captivity. Merchants purchased large numbers of these prisoners and transported them into the Islamic world, where they were sold as military slaves. Al-Salih Ayyub acquired many of them and raised them to prominent positions in his army. In this way, the Mongols unknowingly helped create the military elite that would later halt their expansion. Men displaced by Mongol warfare in the steppe were trained in Egypt, incorporated into the Bahri regiment, and eventually transformed into the defenders of the Islamic Middle East. Only a decade later, many of them would face Mongol armies at the decisive Battle of Ain Jalut. The Bahriya first demonstrated their military value during the Seventh Crusade. In 1250, they played a major role in defeating the army of the French, King Louis IX at Al-Mansura. Their success saved Egypt from conquest and greatly strengthened their political confidence. Shortly afterward, they turned against the new Ayyubid ruler, Turan Shah. Turan Shah had inherited the throne after the death of his father, Al-Salih Ayyub, but he quickly alienated the senior military commanders and, above all, the Bahri Mamluks. He attempted to reduce their influence and replace them with men personally loyal to him. The Bahriya responded by organizing his assassination. The death of Turan Shah ended the direct Ayyubid line in Egypt, but it did not immediately place the Bahriya in control. They were powerful enough to destroy a ruler, yet not united or secure enough to dominate the entire state. Other Mamluk commanders soon emerged as rivals, and the next several years were marked by fierce competition within the military elite. One of the most important figures was Aybak, a former Mamluk of Al-Salih Ayyub. He rose to the Sultanate but viewed the Bahriya as a dangerous threat. Rather than sharing power with them, he attempted to weaken and destroy their leadership. His most dramatic move came in 1254 when he arranged the murder of the Bahri commander Faris al-Din Aktai. Aktai's death forced many members of the Bahriya to flee Egypt. Around 700 Mamluks escaped into Syria, among them the ambitious commander Baybars al-Bundukdari. For several years they wandered between courts, entering the service of whichever ruler offered them protection and opportunity. At different times, Baybars and his companions served al-Nasir Yusuf, the Ayyubid ruler of Aleppo and Damascus, and al-Mughith Umar, the ruler of Karak. These alliances were never entirely stable. The exiled Bahriya were experienced soldiers, but also independent and politically dangerous men. Their hosts valued their military abilities while fearing their ambitions. Meanwhile, Egypt continued to suffer from internal conflict. Aybak was assassinated in 1257, and power passed briefly to his young son. Real authority, however, fell into the hands of another formidable Mamluk commander named Qutuz. Initially governing behind the child sultan, Qutuz eventually removed him at the end of 1259 and took the throne himself. His justification was simple and convincing. Egypt could not face the approaching Mongol army under the rule of a child. The political crisis demanded an experienced military leader. By presenting his seizure of power as an act of national survival, Qutuz gained enough support to establish himself as sultan. The Mongol threat also created an opportunity for reconciliation between Qutuz and the exiled Bahriya. This was a remarkable development because Qutuz had been involved in the destruction of their former leader, Aktai. Yet old rivalries became less important as Hulagu's armies advanced towards Syria. Baybars and several of his companions returned to Egypt, recognizing that the divided Ayyubid princes of Syria were unlikely to offer effective resistance. At this moment, Syria remained fragmented among several Ayyubid rulers. The most powerful was al-Nasir Yusuf, who controlled both Aleppo and Damascus. His family had ruled Aleppo for years, but he had only gained Damascus after the death of Turan Shah in 1250. The ruler of Hama, al-Mansur Muhammad, remained formally independent but was largely dependent on al-Nasir Yusuf. Further south, al-Mughith Umar ruled Karak and repeatedly tried to expand his power. Supported at various moments by the Bahri exiles and other military adventurers, he attempted to seize Damascus and even interfere in Egyptian politics. Several smaller Ayyubid principalities had already disappeared. Bosra, Baalbek, and Banias had been absorbed into larger states, while dispossessed princes searched for opportunities to recover their lost territories. Some of these men eventually turned to the Mongols. One was Al-Said Hassan, the former ruler of Banias, who had been imprisoned in a fortress near the Euphrates. Another was Al-Ashraf Musa, the former prince of Homs. After being removed from power by Al-Nasir Yusuf, Al-Ashraf was reduced to ruling the small territory of Tel Bashir. Bitter and ambitious, he entered into contact with the Mongols and reportedly encouraged them to invade Syria. He hoped that Mongol support might restore his former lands or perhaps even allow him to replace Al-Nasir Yusuf. This political fragmentation made Syria dangerously vulnerable. Rival Ayyubid princes distrusted one another, dispossessed rulers invited foreign intervention, and experienced Mamluk troops shifted between competing courts. Instead of preparing a coordinated defense, the region remained divided by personal ambition and long-standing feuds. At the center of this crisis stood Al-Nasir Yusuf. He possessed the largest Ayyubid state in Syria, but lacked the decisiveness required by the situation. His behavior toward the Mongols repeatedly shifted between submission, delay, negotiation, and open resistance. His relationship with the Mongols had begun years before Hulagu entered the Middle East. As early as the 1240s, Al-Nasir had sent representatives to Mongol commanders in Iran and had apparently agreed to pay tribute. He also dispatched an embassy to the court of the Great Khan, where his position as a subordinate ruler was formally recognized. In 1250, another delegation traveled to the Mongol capital. This mission confirmed Al-Nasir's willingness to accept Mongol supremacy and returned with symbols of official recognition. For a time, he seemed prepared to survive through cautious diplomacy rather than confrontation. Other rulers in the region followed similar policies. The Prince of Mayafarikin traveled personally to the court of Monka Khan to secure peace. Representatives of Mosul, Mardin, Cilician Armenia, Karak, and other states also sought recognition from the Mongols. Submission was increasingly viewed as the only practical way to preserve local authority. Yet, when Hulagu entered Iran with a massive army, Al-Nasir suddenly became less cooperative. He failed to send troops, gifts, or personal representatives despite earlier signs of loyalty. This change angered Hulagu, particularly because Al-Nasir had previously shown respect to subordinate Mongol commanders such as Baiju. The fall of Baghdad in 1258 transformed the situation. News that the Abbasid capital had been destroyed shocked the Islamic world and revealed the full scale of the Mongol threat. Al-Nasir quickly reversed his policy once again. He sent gifts, messages of submission, and envoys to Hulagu, hoping to prevent an invasion of Syria. His efforts, however, were hesitant and contradictory. Al-Nasir wished to appease the Mongols without surrendering his independence completely. He delayed personal submission and attempted to negotiate from a position that was far weaker than he appeared to understand. His court was deeply divided. One faction urged immediate surrender. Some of its members were secretly cooperating with the Mongols and believed that resistance would be useless. Among them were several Ayyubid princes, senior officials, military commanders, and merchants who had already established private contact with Hulagu's agents. Others argued for war. This group included Al-Nasir's own Mamluks, several Syrian officers, and eventually Baybars, who had returned to his service. They insisted that submission would not preserve Syria and that the Mongols had to be confronted militarily. Caught between these opposing factions, Al-Nasir hesitated. His decisions changed according to whichever advisors had most recently influenced him. This uncertainty weakened the army, confused his supporters, and encouraged secret negotiations with the enemy. In March 1258, envoys from Al-Nasir reached Baghdad only to discover that Hulagu had already departed for Azerbaijan. They followed him and were presented with a formal message. The letter reminded Al-Nasir of the destruction of Baghdad and demanded a clear answer. Would he submit or would he resist? The message also ordered him to dismantle his fortifications and likely required him to appear personally before Hulagu. the meaning was unmistakable. Gifts and distant declarations of loyalty were no longer sufficient. The Mongols expected complete obedience. Al-Nasir responded by sending his young son, Al-Aziz, accompanied by senior officials and valuable presents. When Hulagu asked why the ruler of Syria had not come himself, the envoys claimed that Al-Nasir could not leave because of the danger posed by the Crusader states. Hulagu outwardly accepted the explanation and treated the young prince with courtesy, but he was not satisfied. During the embassy's stay, one of Al-Nasir's own officials secretly encouraged Hulagu to invade Syria. Such private betrayal showed how deeply divided the Ayyubid court had become. The delegation returned in August 1259 carrying another Mongol letter. This message was even more forceful. Al-Nasir was commanded to appear with his soldiers and his wealth before the ruler whom the letter described as the supreme sovereign of the earth. There was nowhere to flee, the letter warned, and no fortress capable of resisting the Mongols. Al-Nasir was told that submission would bring safety, while defiance would bring destruction. The religious references and poetic language surrounding the message could not conceal its brutal simplicity. Acknowledge Mongol authority or prepare for annihilation. A separate Syrian mission attempted to persuade the Mongols to end their siege of Mayafarikin. It failed completely. Rather than accepting negotiation, the Mongol commanders tried to use the envoy to lure the city's ruler from behind his defenses. The episode demonstrated that diplomatic appeals carried little weight unless accompanied by unconditional submission. Later in 1259, another letter arrived from Hulagu. It described the destruction of Baghdad, celebrated Mongol military strength, and proclaimed the right of the Mongols to conquer the world. Those who resisted were warned that they would suffer the same fate as the Abbasid Caliph. By this point, Al-Nasir had finally adopted a more defiant position. He rejected Hulagu's demands, emphasized his own Islamic faith, condemned the Mongols as unbelievers, and declared himself prepared for war. It was a dramatic answer, but it did not reflect a stable military strategy. As reports arrived that Mongol forces were moving towards Syria, Al-Nasir appealed to Egypt for assistance. He also gathered an army at Baza, just north of Damascus. His camp attracted regular troops, Bedouin fighters, Kurds, Turkmen, Persians, and religious volunteers eager to defend the region. For a brief moment, it seemed that Syria might organize meaningful resistance. Yet Al-Nasir's determination soon collapsed. His old uncertainty returned, military discipline weakened, and confidence disappeared from the army. Commanders began to doubt their ruler, factions pursued their own interests, and the coalition slowly disintegrated. In the end, Al-Nasir Yusuf's indecision proved catastrophic. His failure to choose clearly between submission and resistance prevented both effective diplomacy and effective defense. As the Mongols entered Syria, his army broke apart, his kingdom collapsed, and he fled before eventually being captured. The destruction of Ayyubid power in Syria was therefore not caused by Mongol strength alone. It was also the result of political fragmentation, personal rivalry, secret collaboration, and the inability of the region's most powerful ruler to provide decisive leadership. Egypt, by contrast, was beginning to overcome its own internal divisions under Qutuz and Baybars. The two regions now moved toward very different destinies. Syria stood exposed before the Mongol advance, while Egypt gathered the military force that would soon confront it. The exiled slave soldiers, created indirectly by the Mongol invasions of the steppe, were preparing to meet their former destroyers on the battlefield of Ain Jalut. Syria was not divided only between the Ayyubids, the Mamluks, and the advancing Mongols. Two Christian powers also occupied important positions along the northern and western edges of the region: the Crusader states and the Armenian kingdom of Cilicia. Their responses to the Mongol advance were very different, shaped by geography, political necessity, and their own hopes for survival. In the north, the most important Crusader territories were the Principality of Antioch and the County of Tripoli. Farther south, the remaining lands of the Kingdom of Jerusalem were centered on the coastal city of Acre. Although these states shared a Christian identity, they did not adopt a common policy toward the Mongols. Antioch moved steadily toward cooperation. As early as 1246, Bohemond V was reportedly paying tribute to the Mongols. By 1259, when Hulagu's armies were approaching northern Syria, his son and successor, Bohemond VI, decided that open submission offered the best chance of preserving his principality. Bohemond traveled with his father-in-law, King Hetum of Cilician Armenia, and formally accepted Hulagu's authority. From that moment, Antioch became one of the strongest supporters of the Mongols among the Crusader states. Its rulers hoped that Mongol power might weaken their Muslim rivals and restore Christian influence across the eastern Mediterranean. Yet this alliance offered less security than Bohemond may have expected. Antioch committed itself to a pro-Mongol strategy, but the Mongols were not always able or willing to protect it when the balance of power shifted. The principality gained a powerful patron in theory, but in practice it also exposed itself to retaliation from the Mamluks. The leaders of Acre viewed the situation very differently. The city was governed not by a single strong monarch, but by a complicated collection of barons, military orders, and representatives of Italian merchant communities. These competing groups often disagreed with one another, but they shared a deep concern about the Mongol advance. By the end of 1256, reports of a possible invasion had already caused alarm along the coast. The Franks of Acre did not initially see the Mongols as natural allies or liberators. They saw them as an unpredictable military power whose arrival might destroy Christian territories as easily as Muslim ones. For this reason, the rulers of Acre refused to rush into submission. They did not immediately seek an alliance, nor did they offer tribute. Their policy was cautious and defensive. Rather than trusting Mongol promises, they waited to see how events would unfold. This difference between Antioch and Acre reflected their contrasting positions. Antioch lay directly in the path of the Mongol advance and had little room for resistance. Submission appeared to be the safest option. Acre, protected by distance and the coastal geography of Palestine, had more freedom to remain neutral and observe the struggle between the Mongols and the Muslim powers. The most enthusiastic Christian ally of the Mongols was not a Crusader state at all, but the Armenian kingdom of Cilicia. Often called Lesser Armenia, this kingdom occupied a strategic territory between Anatolia, northern Syria, and the Mediterranean. Its capital was at Sis, and its rulers had long been forced to balance between stronger neighboring powers. King Hetum I understood the danger posed by the Mongols very early. After they defeated the Seljuk Sultanate of Rum at Kosa Dağ in 1243, he quickly recognized that resistance would be disastrous. Instead, he chose submission and cooperation. In 1247, Hetum sent his brother Sambat, the kingdom's constable and an important historian, to the court of the Great Khan at Karakorum. Sambat returned several years later with valuable knowledge of Mongol politics and confirmation of Armenia's position within the new imperial order. Hetum himself later made the long journey to the Mongol court. He left Cilicia in 1253 and remained away for several years. His visit demonstrated how seriously he regarded the alliance. Rather than waiting for Mongol armies to reach his borders, he sought direct recognition from the highest authority in the empire. Later, Armenian writers transformed this journey into a much grander story. According to one account, Hetum persuaded Mungka Khan to send Hulagu west, destroy Baghdad, conquer the Muslim powers, and restore Jerusalem to Christian control. This version is almost certainly exaggerated. Armenian chroniclers often presented events as they wished them to have happened rather than as they actually occurred. It is highly unlikely that one Armenian king designed the entire Mongol campaign in the Middle East. Still, Hetum may have played some role in directing Mongol attention toward the eastern Mediterranean. His discussions at court may have provided information about Syria, the Crusader states, and the political weakness of the region. Even if he did not create Hulagu's mission, he may have helped shape Mongol understanding of the lands lying beyond Iraq. Hetum also influenced Antioch's decision to submit. Through the marriage of his daughter to Bohemond VI, the Armenian king became closely connected to the ruling family of the principality. He encouraged his son-in-law to join the Mongol alliance, although the approaching armies of Hulagu probably made the choice unavoidable in any case. From the beginning, the Armenians became the strongest advocates of cooperation between the Mongols and the Christian world. Armenian rulers and churchmen hoped that a great alliance could be formed against the Muslim states of Syria and Egypt. They repeatedly attempted to convince Western European rulers that the Mongols could become partners in a new campaign for the Holy Land. To Armenian observers, the possibilities seemed extraordinary. The Mongols had destroyed Baghdad, shattered powerful Muslim dynasties, and advanced into Syria with remarkable speed. If their armies could be combined with those of the Crusader states and Western Europe, perhaps the balance of power in the Eastern Mediterranean could be completely transformed. But this strategy carried enormous risks. Mongol support depended on continued military success. Once the Mongols suffered defeats in Syria, especially after 1260, their Christian allies became dangerously exposed. Hetum's open support for Hulagu and Armenian raids into northern Syria gave the Mamluks powerful reasons to retaliate. Cilician Armenia was no longer viewed merely as a neighboring Christian kingdom. It was now seen as an active partner of the Mongol enemy. The alliance that had initially protected Armenia therefore became a source of danger. As Mongol power weakened in Syria, the Mamluks turned their attention toward the kingdoms that had supported the invasion. Cilician Armenia would pay a heavy price for its commitment to the Mongol cause. The Christian states of the region thus followed three distinct paths. Antioch openly submitted and joined the Mongol camp. Cilician Armenia became the most enthusiastic promoter of a Christian-Mongol alliance. Acre, by contrast, remained cautious, suspicious, and unwilling to place its future in Mongol hands. These decisions would have lasting consequences. The Mongol invasion was not simply a struggle between the Mongols and the Muslim powers. It forced every state in the Eastern Mediterranean to choose between cooperation, resistance, and neutrality. Those choices would shape the political future of Syria, Armenia, and the Crusader world for decades to come. At the opening of 1260, the Mongol invasion of Syria entered its decisive stage. Hulagu crossed the Euphrates with a vast multinational army that included Mongol cavalry, Georgian and Armenian troops, and soldiers supplied by the Seljuk rulers of Anatolia. This was no longer a temporary raid. The aim was conquest. Aleppo was the first great target. Only a short time earlier, a smaller Mongol force had entered northern Syria, defeated a local army near the city, and withdrawn. Now, Hulagu returned with overwhelming strength and demanded surrender from Aleppo's governor, Al-Muazzam Turanshah, an elderly son of Saladin. Turanshah refused. The siege began on January 18, 1260. Within a week, the outer city had fallen. Mongol troops poured through the defenses, and Aleppo was subjected to widespread killing and plunder. The citadel, however, continued to resist for nearly another month. When it finally surrendered, Hulagu unexpectedly spared its defenders, although the fortress itself was later demolished to prevent future rebellion. From Aleppo, Hulagu moved west toward Harim. The town initially hesitated rather than submitting immediately. That delay proved costly. Although Harim eventually surrendered, it was still plundered as punishment for its reluctance. The speed of the Mongol advance sent a clear message throughout Syria. Resistance appeared hopeless, and local rulers began searching for ways to preserve their cities. Delegations from Hama and Homs arrived to offer submission. The prince of Hama, Al-Mansur Muhammad, had already abandoned his capital and joined Al-Nasir Yusuf near Damascus. He would later flee toward Egypt with the remains of his army. Homs followed a different path. Its former ruler, Al-Ashraf Musa, had long maintained secret contact with the Mongols after being removed from power by Al-Nasir Yusuf. Now he came personally to Hulagu and declared his loyalty. As a reward, the Mongols restored him to his old principality. Yet the authority he received was far more symbolic than real. The Mongols were willing to use local princes as intermediaries, but actual power remained firmly in the hands of their commanders and administrators. Even before the citadel of Aleppo had fallen, Hulagu sent one of his most trusted generals southward. This commander was Kitbuka, an experienced Mongol officer and a member of the Naiman people. He was also a Christian, a fact that later contributed to rumors about Mongol support for the Christian states of the region. Soon afterward, Hulagu made a decision that would change the course of the campaign. He withdrew from Syria with most of his army, leaving Kitbuka behind with a much smaller force. Estimates vary, but Kitbuka probably commanded somewhere between 10 and 12,000 soldiers, perhaps somewhat more. Why Hulagu withdrew remains one of the most debated questions surrounding the campaign. The traditional explanation is that he had received news of the death of his brother Munka, the Great Khan, who had died in August 1259. Munka's death opened a struggle for control of the empire between his brothers Kublai and Arik Böke. Hulagu may have feared that the succession crisis would threaten his own position and force him to return east. Yet Hulagu did not march all the way back toward Mongolia. Instead, he moved through northeastern Syria and eastern Anatolia before establishing himself in Azerbaijan near Tabriz. His progress was relatively slow, suggesting that he was not racing to participate personally in the imperial election. Another explanation concerns logistics. Hulagu's army consisted largely of cavalry, and such a force required enormous quantities of grass, grain, and water. In a later letter to King Louis IX of France, Hulagu claimed that he had withdrawn because Syria could not provide enough grazing land for his horses. This argument is plausible. A major Mongol army could have included hundreds of thousands of animals, including riding horses, remounts, pack animals, and livestock. Keeping such a force concentrated in Syria for an extended period would have placed immense pressure on local resources. But logistical difficulties alone do not explain why Hulagu removed almost his entire army. Large areas of Syria had not yet been occupied, and Mongol commanders rarely hesitated to seize grain, pasture, or farmland from local populations. There were still substantial resources available, even if exploiting them would have devastated the countryside. A more convincing explanation may lie in Azerbaijan itself. Hulagu's authority over northwestern Iran was not entirely secure. The powerful Yorkid branch of the Mongol royal family, which ruled the Golden Horde, claimed rights over some of the pasture lands in the region. These claims created the possibility of conflict with Berke Khan, ruler of the Golden Horde. Munka had been Hulagu's political protector. With the Great Khan dead, Hulagu may have felt that he needed to remain close to his new territorial base and keep the greater part of his army nearby. Azerbaijan was not simply a place to await news from Mongolia. It was the center of an emerging Western Mongol state and potentially the site of a dangerous confrontation with rival members of the royal family. There was probably another reason for the small force left in Syria. Hulagu underestimated Egypt. The Mongols had encountered little effective resistance during the conquest of Iran, Iraq, and northern Syria. Baghdad had fallen, Aleppo had been destroyed, and Damascus appeared ready to surrender without a fight. Hulagu may therefore have believed that Egypt was equally divided and weak. He seems to have misjudged both the strength and the determination of the Mamluks. Leaving Kitbuka with only 10 or 12,000 men suggests that Hulagu did not expect a large, organized Egyptian counterattack. This intelligence failure would prove disastrous. At first, however, Kitbuka faced almost no serious opposition. When al-Nasir Yusuf heard how quickly Aleppo had fallen, panic spread through his camp at Baza, north of Damascus. On January 31, 1260, he abandoned his position and fled south with his army. His withdrawal immediately destroyed any hope of defending Damascus. Al-Nasir traveled through Nablus and left a rearguard behind before continuing toward Gaza. Along the way, he was joined by Kurdish and Turkmen groups, deserters, members of his household, and his brother al-Zahir. What remained of his army was no longer a disciplined force, but a confused collection of refugees and displaced soldiers. From Gaza, al-Nasir moved toward Katia on the road to Egypt. He could have continued to Cairo and placed himself under the protection of Sultan Qutuz, but he feared the Mamluk ruler and suspected that he might be imprisoned or killed. Instead, al-Nasir turned away from Egypt and escaped into the desert with a small group of followers. His decision ended his political career. He was eventually captured by Mongol troops near Birkat al-Zaiza, north of Karak. Most of his abandoned army continued to Egypt, where the soldiers were absorbed into the forces of Qutuz. Among the refugees was al-Mansur Muhammad, the Ayyubid prince of Hama. Ironically, al-Nasir's collapse strengthened the army that would soon confront the Mongols. Kitbuka entered Damascus in the middle of February 1260, but Mongol representatives had arrived several days before him. They had been present in al-Nasir's camp when he fled and quickly moved into the city to announce the establishment of Mongol authority. The leading citizens of Damascus understood that resistance was impossible. Rather than expose the city to the fate of Aleppo, they chose to submit voluntarily. Their decision was encouraged by al-Zayn al-Hafizi, a senior official who had long supported accommodation with the Mongols and had worked to weaken resistance inside the Ayyubid court. Kitbuka did not remain in Damascus for long. After receiving the city's submission, he moved his camp south toward Marj Barguth, on the road leading toward Palestine. Formal Mongol governors and military officers were then installed in Damascus to establish a permanent administration. The occupation marked the effective end of Ayyubid power in the city. Mongol sovereignty was no longer represented merely by tribute or distant diplomatic promises. It was now enforced by officials, troops, and local collaborators. Later, Christian accounts claim that Kitbuka entered Damascus alongside Bohemond, the Sixth of Antioch, and King Hetum of Cilician Armenia. According to one dramatic story, Bohemond converted a mosque into a church and destroyed several others. This account is almost certainly exaggerated. There is no reliable evidence that the two Christian rulers participated in such acts. Yet the story may preserve a distorted memory of real events. Armenian troops did serve in the Mongol army. Bohemond traveled through parts of occupied Syria, and several Mongol officers showed sympathy toward Christians. The collapse of Muslim political authority may also have created the impression that Christianity had been elevated under Mongol protection. Even if the most dramatic stories were invented, the occupation clearly altered the religious and political balance of the region. Al-Ashraf Musa also returned during this period. Having submitted to Hulagu, he received Homs once again and was granted the impressive but vague title of ruler of Syria. In reality, his position was limited. The Mongols controlled military affairs, taxation, and administration, while Al-Ashraf functioned mainly as a useful local figurehead. The resources granted to him reveal how little power he actually possessed. He reportedly received revenues sufficient to maintain only 100 horsemen, hardly the military foundation of a sovereign ruler. His title gave the appearance of continuity, but genuine authority belonged to the Mongol occupation regime. Even before entering Damascus, Kitbuka had sent troops farther south. These detachments were ordered to scout the region, collect booty, destroy resistance, and spread terror ahead of the main army. Mongol raiding parties swept through Palestine and Transjordan. They moved through Beit Jibrin, Hebron, Ashkelon, Jerusalem, Nablus, Gaza, and areas near Karak. Some operated as a single force, while others divided into smaller columns that struck different settlements. Near Nablus, the Mongols encountered the rearguard left behind by al-Nasir Yusuf. The Syrian troops were completely destroyed. The Mongols then entered the town and killed many of its inhabitants before continuing their raids. By March or April 1260, these forces returned to the Damascus region carrying prisoners, livestock, and large quantities of plunder. Their mission had achieved its immediate purpose. Much of Syria and Palestine had been intimidated, the Ayyubid army had disintegrated, and Mongol power appeared unstoppable. Yet the very ease of these victories concealed a dangerous reality. Hulagu had left Syria with most of his army. Kitbuka held an enormous territory with only a limited number of troops. To the south, Kutuz and Baybars were gathering a far stronger and more disciplined force than the Mongols expected. The conquest of Aleppo and Damascus seemed to mark the beginning of total Mongol domination in the eastern Mediterranean. In reality, it had created the conditions for one of the most important battles of the medieval world. The Mongols had reached the edge of Egypt, but they had done so with only a fraction of their original army. After leaving Damascus, Kitbuka established his main camp at Marj Barguth, a strategic position south of the city. From there, he could supervise the roads leading toward Palestine, watch the remaining Syrian strongholds, and keep an eye on the Crusader territories along the coast. It was probably at this camp that representatives of the coastal Franks came to meet him. Alarmed by the Mongol presence and unsure whether their own lands would be attacked next, they brought gifts and attempted to secure peaceful relations. At this stage, caution seemed wiser than confrontation. The Mongols had already destroyed Baghdad, captured Aleppo, and occupied Damascus. Few rulers wished to give them another reason to advance. Kitbuka's attention soon returned to Damascus. Toward the end of April 1260, trouble broke out inside the city's citadel. The exact nature of the crisis remains uncertain. It may have been a genuine revolt by troops who had previously accepted Mongol authority, or the garrison may never have fully surrendered in the first place. A rebellion appears more likely. It is difficult to imagine Kitbuka leaving Damascus while an openly hostile force still controlled its strongest defensive position. He returned quickly and attacked the citadel. On April 28th, it fell. To ensure that it could never again become the center of resistance, Kitbuka ordered parts of the fortress to be demolished. The same pattern was repeated at Baalbek. The population had accepted Mongol rule, but the defenders of the citadel continued to resist independently. Kitbuka placed the fortress under intense pressure until the garrison finally asked for a guarantee of safety. Their request was accepted, but once the soldiers had surrendered, the Mongols destroyed the citadel. This was part of a deliberate strategy. The Mongols were not satisfied with receiving promises from frightened towns. They wanted to remove every fortress that might later shelter rebels, rival armies, or local rulers seeking to recover their independence. From Baalbek, Kitbuka moved southwest toward the fortress of Al-Subayba in the Golan Heights. His advance was assisted by Al-Said Hassan, the former ruler of Baniyas and Al-Subayba. Al-Said had previously been imprisoned by Al-Nasir Yusuf, but Hulegu had released him after capturing the fortress where he was held. Grateful for his freedom and hostile toward the ruler who had imprisoned him, Al-Said encouraged the Mongols to attack Al-Nasir's territories. His loyalty was rewarded. The Mongols restored him as ruler of Baniyas and Al-Subayba. From that point onward, he became one of their most committed local supporters in Syria, a decision he would later have many reasons to regret. Kitbuka then advanced toward Ajlun, one of the strongest fortresses east of the Jordan River. A siege began, but the Mongols were spared a lengthy assault by the unexpected appearance of Al-Nasir Yusuf. The former ruler of Damascus and Aleppo had been captured while attempting to escape through the Transjordanian desert. Now a prisoner, he was forced to assist the men who had destroyed his kingdom. At Mongol command, Al-Nasir ordered the defenders of Ajlun to surrender. With no hope of relief and their own ruler speaking on behalf of the enemy, the garrison obeyed. Al-Nasir was then sent east to Hulegu. At first, he was treated with surprising courtesy. Hulegu reportedly considered using him as a puppet ruler and may even have promised to restore him to Syria after the conquest of Egypt. That promise did not last. When news later arrived that Kitbuka had been defeated at Ain Jalut, Hulegu ordered Al-Nasir's execution. The former Ayyubid prince, who had spent months moving between resistance, submission, flight, and negotiation, finally lost both his kingdom and his life. After the surrender of Ajlun, the Mongols systematically ruined the fortifications they had captured. Al-Subayba, Ajlun, Al-Salt, Bosra, Sarkad, and other strongholds across Transjordan were stripped, damaged, or destroyed as far as time and available resources allowed. The purpose was clear. A fortress left intact could become a future center of rebellion. By dismantling these defenses, the Mongols hoped to make any later uprising more difficult and to ensure that no local commander could threaten their control once the main army had moved elsewhere. During this campaign, Kitbuka also advanced towards Safad, close to the territories held by the Franks. The local crusaders responded cautiously. They provided supplies and constructed an enormous tent for the Mongol commander, gestures intended to demonstrate cooperation without openly committing themselves to a permanent alliance. At roughly the same time, a Mongol detachment moved south toward Gaza. Its role was not simply to raid. This force appears to have functioned as an advance guard under a commander named Baidar. Its task was to observe Egypt, block the movement of enemy troops, and warn Kitbuka if the Mamluks began marching north. From Gaza, the Mongols could monitor the main route connecting Egypt with Palestine and Syria. This detachment would soon come into contact with the Mamluk advance force led by Baybars. Despite Mongol raids across Palestine, no stable administration was created there comparable to the government established in Damascus and northern Syria. Outside the Crusader-held coast and the territories of Mongol clients such as Al-Sayyid Hassan, political authority had largely collapsed. The disappearance of al-Nasir Yusuf's kingdom left Palestine in a temporary power vacuum. Towns, villages, military units, and local elites were forced to survive without a clear central government. Had Mongol expansion continued uninterrupted, Palestine would almost certainly have been incorporated more fully into their administrative system. Governors would have been appointed, taxes collected, and military garrisons established. But events moved too quickly for such arrangements to take shape. The ruler of Karak, al-Mughith Umar, also decided that resistance was impossible. He had previously submitted to the Mongols years earlier, but his loyalty now had to be renewed. Mongol raids north of his territory provided more than enough encouragement. When an envoy demanded obedience, al-Mughith sent his son al-Aziz as a sign of submission. Hulegu responded by appointing a Mongol commissioner to supervise Karak and ensure that its ruler remained loyal. The official never reached his destination. While traveling through Damascus, he received news of the Mongol defeat at Ain Jalut and escaped with other members of the occupation administration. This episode reveals how rapidly Mongol power in Syria collapsed once Kitbuka's army was destroyed. Hulegu had not originally ordered Kitbuka to conquer Egypt alone. His immediate responsibility was to defend the newly acquired territories, station troops in important locations, and secure Mongol authority across Syria. He was also expected to watch the Crusader states and prevent them from becoming a threat. According to Hulegu's later explanation, Kitbuka was further instructed to capture the remaining Ismaili strongholds in northern Syria. These were important responsibilities, but they were only temporary stages in a much larger plan. There are strong reasons to believe that Hulegu intended to return with another major army and resume the advance toward Egypt. Mongol expansion had never been designed to stop at Damascus. As Hulegu moved farther west, his ambitions became increasingly explicit. He had already demanded Egypt's surrender, instructed allied rulers to prepare for campaigns there, and spoken of extending Mongol power to the Mediterranean and beyond. Even his treatment of al-Nasir Yusuf points in this direction. According to some accounts, Hulegu told the captured prince that he might rule Syria again once Egypt had been conquered. Such a promise only made sense if the invasion of Egypt was still considered a realistic future objective. Most importantly, Hulegu sent a direct message to Sultan Qutuz in Cairo. The meaning of the letter was unmistakable: submit to Mongol authority or face destruction. While Kitbuka was consolidating Mongol control in Syria, Egypt was preparing for war. From the beginning of his reign, Qutuz had presented himself as the leader capable of confronting the Mongol threat. He had used the emergency to justify removing the young Sultan al-Mansur Ali and taking power for himself in November 1259. According to one tradition, Qutuz claimed descent from the Khwarezmian royal family. If this story is true, his struggle against the Mongols also carried an element of personal vengeance. The Mongol invasions had destroyed the Khwarezmian Empire, killed or displaced its ruling family, and transformed the political world from which he supposedly came. Whether or not the claim was genuine, Qutuz understood the danger clearly. Egypt could not survive through tribute, hesitation, or divided leadership. It needed a unified army and a ruler willing to fight. His position improved as refugees began pouring out of Syria. Soldiers from the collapsing army of al-Nasir Yusuf crossed into Egypt throughout the winter and spring of 1260. These men brought valuable combat experience and increased the size of the Mamluk forces. Among the returning commanders, none was more important than Baybars. The relationship between Baybars and Qutuz had once been bitter. Qutuz had been involved in the political struggle that ended with the murder of Aktai, the former leader of the Bahri Mamluks. After Aktai's death, Baybars and many of his companions had fled Egypt and spent years serving rival rulers in Syria. Baybars had also encouraged military attacks against Egypt while living in exile. Under normal circumstances, reconciliation between the two men would have seemed impossible. The Mongol advance changed everything. Qutuz needed Baybars because he was experienced, bold, and influential among the Bahri Mamluks. Baybars, in turn, understood that the Ayyubid rulers of Syria were incapable of providing effective leadership. Al-Nasir Yusuf had hesitated too long, changed policy too often, and finally abandoned his own army. Egypt was now the only state capable of organizing meaningful resistance. After receiving a formal guarantee of safety, Baybars left Gaza and entered Egypt on March 7, 1260. At that very moment, Mongol detachments were raiding the towns and roads of Palestine. Later, Mamluk historians portrayed Baybars as one of the strongest supporters of immediate war. Some stories claim that, while still in Syrian service, he proposed taking several thousand cavalrymen to defend the crossings of the Euphrates. Al-Nasir Yusuf supposedly rejected the idea. Another account describes Baybars physically attacking al-Zayn al-Hafizi, the official who repeatedly encouraged surrender to the Mongols. Whether every detail is true or not, the stories reflect Baybars' reputation as an aggressive opponent of Mongol expansion. After reaching Egypt, he urged Qutuz not to fear Mongol power. He argued that they could be defeated and helped persuade the Sultan to march out of Egypt rather than wait for an invasion. Even Rashid al-Din, writing from within the Mongol political tradition, acknowledged Baybars' influence in convincing Qutuz to fight. His later career as Sultan, marked by constant warfare against the Mongols, also suggests that his hostility was genuine. The final break came when Hulagu's envoys arrived in Cairo carrying the demand for submission. The message was presented in the language of Islamic diplomacy and included verses from the Quran, but its central idea came directly from Mongol imperial ideology. The Mongols claimed that heaven had granted them authority over the world. Those who obeyed could survive. Those who resisted were rebels destined for destruction. Qutuz was warned that escape was impossible. No army could defeat the Mongols, no fortress could provide safety, and no distant land could protect him. The letter also attacked Qutuz personally. It mocked his origins as a Mamluk slave soldier and described the Mamluks as fugitives who had escaped Mongol swords, found comfort in Egypt, and then murdered the country's rulers. The insult was carefully chosen. It dismissed the Mamluks as illegitimate outsiders and challenged their right to govern. Qutuz refused to be intimidated. With the approval of his senior commanders, he ordered the Mongol envoys executed. Their bodies were cut apart and their heads were displayed at Bab al-Zuwayla, one of Cairo's most prominent gates. It was a deliberate and irreversible act. Mongol ambassadors were normally considered untouchable, and killing them meant rejecting all possibility of negotiation. The displayed heads announced that Egypt had chosen war. On July 26, 1260, Qutuz led his army out of Cairo towards Salihiyya, the traditional military assembly point in the northeastern Nile Delta. From there, the army would begin its march across Sinai and into Palestine. The core of the force consisted of professional Mamluk cavalry from Egypt. They were joined by Syrian refugees, Bahri veterans, Turkmen fighters, Bedouin auxiliaries, and Kurdish troops from the Shahrazur region. The exact size of the army is unknown. Later writers offered figures, but none can be accepted with complete confidence. One account gives a total of 12,000 men, while earlier estimates for the Egyptian army alone range between 10 and 12,000 cavalry. These numbers should not be treated as precise statistics. The political turmoil of the previous decade had transformed Egypt's military structure, and no reliable record survives for the full number of Syrian and tribal auxiliaries who joined the campaign. Even so, the Mamluks may have enjoyed a numerical advantage. If Kitbuka commanded roughly 10 to 12,000 soldiers, the Egyptian professional army, reinforced by refugees and allied groups, could have been larger. But the coming struggle would not be decided by numbers alone. Kitbuka commanded veterans of campaigns stretching from Central Asia to Syria. The Mamluks were equally skilled horsemen, many of them born in the same steppe world as their enemies. Both armies relied on speed, discipline, mounted archery, and sudden maneuver. For the first time, the Mongols were preparing to face an opponent organized around a military system remarkably similar to their own. The road to Ain Jalut was now open. Reaching Salihiyah did not solve Qutuz's problems. His army had left Cairo, but many of the senior commanders were still reluctant to continue into Syria. The Mongols had destroyed some of the strongest states in Asia, captured Baghdad, and swept through Syria with terrifying speed. Even experienced Mamluk officers were deeply uncertain about confronting them in open battle. There are signs that Qutuz had initially persuaded the emirs to mobilize by agreeing that the army would remain at Salihiyah and wait for Kitbuka to enter Egypt. This compromise may have been necessary simply to get them out of Cairo. But once the army had assembled, Qutuz understood the danger of remaining inactive. Every day spent waiting would give fear more time to spread. Arguments for negotiation would grow stronger, officers might lose confidence, and the army could begin to disintegrate before the enemy even appeared. Qutuz therefore changed the direction of the campaign. He used religious appeals, personal courage, and direct pressure to convince the commanders to advance. According to one famous account, when the emirs again refused to move, he declared that he would go and fight the Mongols alone. The challenge struck at their honor. No commander could allow the Sultan to march into battle while the rest of the army remained behind. Shamed by his words and inspired by his determination, they finally agreed to follow. Later, writers undoubtedly presented Qutuz as the ideal warrior of Islam, but the essential truth is difficult to deny. Without his resolve, the Mamluk army might never have advanced beyond the Egyptian frontier. His personal leadership transformed a hesitant coalition into a force willing to confront the most feared army of the age. He was also supported by a small circle of determined officers. The most important among them was Baybars, now restored to a senior position despite the old hostility between him and Qutuz. Baybars strongly favored an immediate advance and argued that the Mongols had to be attacked before they could consolidate their control of Syria. At first glance, marching north may appear unnecessarily dangerous. Egypt offered defensive advantages. The Mamluks could have remained close to their supplies, rested their horses, and forced the Mongols to cross the harsh Sinai desert before fighting. An invading army arriving from Syria would have been tired, stretched far from its main bases, and vulnerable after a difficult journey. There was also the possibility, however small, that Kitbuka might never attempt the invasion at all. Yet Qutuz had powerful reasons for rejecting a defensive strategy. He knew that Hulagu had withdrawn with most of the Mongol army. Kitbuka had been left in Syria with only a limited force. This created a rare opportunity to attack the Mongols before reinforcements could arrive. Waiting in Egypt would surrender that advantage. If Hulagu returned with the full strength of his army, the balance of power would shift dramatically. A victory in Syria would also have enormous psychological importance. The Mongols appeared almost invincible. Defeating them beyond Egypt's borders could destroy that aura of fear, strengthen the morale of the Mamluk army, and secure Qutuz's own contested position as Sultan. By advancing, he also seized control of the campaign. Instead of allowing Kitbuka to decide when and where the armies would meet, Qutuz forced the Mongols to react to him. There was another practical consideration. If the Mamluks lost a battle in Palestine, survivors might still retreat through Sinai, return to Egypt, and rebuild. If they waited and suffered defeat near Cairo, there would be no second defensive line and no secure territory left behind them. Perhaps most importantly, Qutuz understood his own officers. Many were already frightened, and some might have considered negotiating once the Mongols approached Egypt. The best way to prevent hesitation and secret diplomacy was to keep the army moving forward and commit it fully to battle. Baybars was given command of the vanguard, a sign of both his military ability and the temporary trust placed in him by Qutuz. His task was to move ahead of the main army, gather intelligence, secure the road, and locate the Mongol forces. When Baybars reached Gaza, he encountered a Mongol advance detachment. The Mongols withdrew when they saw the approaching Mamluk force. Mongol accounts identify the commander of this unit as Baydar. After learning that troops from Egypt were advancing, he sent a warning to Kitbuka, who was then farther north. Kitbuka reportedly ordered him to hold his position until reinforcements arrived. The order could not be carried out. Baybars, or perhaps Kutuz arriving shortly afterward, pressed the attack and drove the Mongol detachment northward. The exact details of the fighting near Gaza remain uncertain. Some sources describe only a brief encounter, while others turn it into a more substantial pursuit. What matters is that the Mongol observation force failed to stop the Mamluk advance. Kutuz soon arrived in Gaza with the main army. After resting for a single day, the Mamluks continued north along the Mediterranean coast toward Acre. Their arrival placed the Crusader leadership in an extremely difficult position. Acre was the political center of the surviving Kingdom of Jerusalem. Its affairs were controlled by local nobles, military orders, and representatives of powerful Italian merchant communities. These groups had no desire to assist the Mamluks, but they feared the Mongols even more. The Mongols had recently devastated parts of Syria and had shown little respect for religious or political boundaries. Their forces had also attacked Sidon, making it clear that the coastal Crusader settlements were not necessarily safe. The rulers of Acre therefore adopted a carefully balanced policy. Officially, they remained neutral. They did not join the Mamluk army, but they also did not block its passage through their territory. In practice, their neutrality favored Kutuz. Supplies were sent to the Mamluk camp, and the army was permitted to travel north without interference. This decision was based on calculation rather than friendship. The Crusaders hoped that the Mamluks might destroy the Mongol threat without requiring Christian forces to take part in the battle. At the same time, they avoided openly declaring war on the Mongols. If Kitbuka won, the leaders of Acre could still claim that they had remained neutral. Their policy stood in sharp contrast to that of Bohemond VI of Antioch, who had openly aligned himself with Hulagu. His cooperation with the Mongols caused considerable anger among Latin Christian leaders, and the papal representative in Acre excommunicated him earlier in 1260. While camped near Acre, Kutuz again addressed his commanders. As the army moved closer to the Mongols, fear was returning. Kutuz reminded the emirs that defeat would mean not only the destruction of Egypt, but also the loss of their families, property, wealth, and political position. He then placed the campaign within a religious framework. The army was not merely defending a government. It was defending the Islamic world against an invading power that had destroyed the caliphate and devastated Muslim cities. The speech reportedly moved the commanders to tears. They renewed their promises to fight and swore that they would drive the Mongols from Syria. Baybars was once again sent ahead with the vanguard. Kutuz followed with the main body of the army. Kitbuka was in the Bekaa Valley when news reached him that the Mamluks had entered Syria and were advancing north. His soldiers were scattered across the region, some guarding towns and roads, others searching for pasture and supplies. He quickly ordered them to regroup and began moving south. Later accounts sometimes portray Kitbuka as overconfident, but earlier sources suggest something very different. He may initially have considered withdrawing rather than fighting. His hesitation was understandable. He knew that his army was relatively small and that the Egyptian force had been reinforced by Syrian refugees, Bahri Mamluks, Kurds, Turkmen, and other auxiliaries. Kitbuka probably commanded around 10 to 12,000 soldiers. Not all of them were Mongols. His army also included Armenian and Georgian contingents, local Syrian troops, and forces supplied by Ayyubid princes who had joined the Mongol cause. The Armenian contingent may have numbered only a few hundred men. Local support was provided by Al-Ashraf Musa of Homs and Al-Said Hassan of Banias, both of whom owed their restored positions to Mongol intervention. Despite his concerns, Kitbuka chose to fight. He moved south and established his army near Ain Jalut, meaning the Spring of Goliath. The spring lay near the northwestern foot of Mount Gilboa, close to the Jezreel Valley and about 15 kilometers from Baisan. The location was well suited to a cavalry army. The spring and nearby streams provided water for the horses, while the surrounding valley offered grazing land and open ground for maneuver. The hills also created useful defensive positions. Mount Gilboa could protect part of the Mongol line, while nearby elevations offered excellent views of approaching forces. Evidence strongly suggests that the Mongols arrived first and selected the battlefield themselves. When Baybars reached the area, he climbed a nearby height and saw Kitbuka's troops already camped below. This casts doubt on later claims that Baybars deliberately lured the Mongols into a prepared ambush at Ain Jalut. The Mamluk vanguard may have used feigned retreats during the earlier skirmishing, but the Mongol army had already occupied the area before the main battle began. When the Mongols noticed Baybars observing them from the hill, they began moving toward his position. Realizing that he was in danger of being surrounded, Baybars quickly withdrew. Before retreating, he sent a message to Kutuz, whose main army was still about a day's march away. Baybars escaped the Mongol attempt to trap him and later rejoined the approaching Mamluk force. The two armies met at dawn on Friday, September 3, 1260. The Mamluks approached from the northwest, moving out of the direction of Acre and across the Jezreel Valley. The Mongols were already positioned on the plain near Ain Jalut. The battle was fought close to the spring rather than directly around it. With both armies probably numbering more than 10,000 men, their formations must have extended across a broad section of the valley. The fighting began badly for the Mamluks. Kitbuka ordered an aggressive attack. The Mongol right wing struck the Mamluk left with such force that part of Kutuz's army collapsed and began to scatter. For a moment, it seemed that fear and confusion might destroy the Mamluk line. Kutuz reacted immediately. Instead of withdrawing, he moved among the shaken troops, restored order, and organized a counterattack. The Mamluks struck back and temporarily forced the Mongols to give ground. Kitbuka then launched another assault. Once again, the Mamluk army came close to breaking. Kutuz refused to accept defeat. According to the chroniclers, he removed his helmet so that his soldiers could see him and cried out for the defense of Islam. He called upon God for assistance and personally led his men back into the fighting. Whether every dramatic detail was recorded accurately or later amplified, the effect of his leadership was decisive. The Mamluks recovered, closed their ranks, and launched a powerful frontal charge. At roughly the same moment, the Mongol position was weakened by betrayal. Al-Ashraf Musa, who had entered the battle on the Mongol left, abandoned Kitbuka with his men and withdrew from the fighting. The defection reduced Mongol strength at a critical point and may have opened a gap in their line. Kitbuka continued to resist. Unlike many commanders facing defeat, he did not attempt to escape. He remained with his troops until he was either killed in the fighting or captured and executed shortly afterward. His death shattered the remaining cohesion of the Mongol army. Some Mongol troops fled toward nearby hills and attempted to establish a final defensive position. Baybars led forces in pursuit, surrounded them, and killed or captured most of the survivors. Others escaped into the countryside, only to be attacked by local villagers who had suffered under Mongol raids and occupation. A number of fugitives hid in reed beds near the streams or along the Jordan Valley. The Mamluks set the vegetation on fire, forcing them into the open or killing them in the flames. Later, historians sometimes described a second major clash near Baisan, claiming that the Mongols regrouped and nearly defeated the Mamluks before Kutuz organized one final attack. This appears to be a misunderstanding of earlier accounts. The sources more likely describe two intense phases of the same battle near Ain Jalut, not a separate second battle at Baisan. Mongol losses were severe. One Western account gives a figure of 1,500 dead, while several Muslim writers state that most of Kitbuka's army was destroyed. Claims that every Mongol soldier was killed are clearly exaggerated since a number of survivors escaped north. Even so, the defeat was catastrophic. Mamluk losses are not recorded, but the repeated collapse of parts of their line suggests that the fighting was extremely costly. Among the survivors was Baidar, the commander who had previously led the Mongol detachment at Gaza. He and other fugitives retreated north through Syria. Some reportedly reached Cilician Armenia, where King Hitam gave them refuge. Others attempted to return to Mongol-held territory in northern Syria and beyond the Euphrates. The news of Kitbuka's defeat spread with extraordinary speed. Mongol officials in Damascus abandoned the city, joined by local collaborators who feared revenge. As they fled north, villagers attacked them, stole their possessions, and killed some of the fugitives. Similar scenes occurred in Hama and Aleppo. Mongol authority, which had appeared secure only days earlier, collapsed almost immediately. Kitbuka's main camp, probably still located in the BK Valley, was captured. Members of his household and family fell into Mamluk hands. Reports of captured Mongol women suggest that at least some soldiers had brought their families into Syria, perhaps believing that the conquest would be permanent. Qutuz ordered Baybars to pursue the retreating enemy. The Mamluk vanguard advanced rapidly through Syria and caught groups of Mongols near Homs, where more fighting took place. Some accounts claim that Baybars encountered around 2,000 fresh Mongol troops who had been sent to reinforce Kitbuka. If this is true, they arrived too late and were defeated before they could change the outcome of the campaign. The pursuit continued toward Apamea, Harim, and possibly as far as Aleppo. Only after the remaining Mongol forces had been driven from the region did Baybars return to the main Mamluk army, which had entered Damascus. The victory at Ain Jalut owed much to the qualities of the Mamluk military system, but leadership was equally important. Qutuz had forced unwilling commanders to leave Egypt, maintained discipline during the march, and repeatedly reminded his troops of what was at stake. During the battle, he remained calm when the Mamluk left collapsed and again when the Mongols launched their second assault. His ability to rally the army at its most dangerous moment may have decided the entire campaign. He had also shown considerable political judgment by reconciling with Baybars. Their mutual hostility had not disappeared, and Qutuz had good reason to fear Baybars' ambitions. Nevertheless, he recognized that the Bari commander was indispensable. Baybars was entrusted with the vanguard, reconnaissance, the first encounters with the Mongols, and the pursuit after the battle. His precise actions during the main fighting are difficult to reconstruct, but even sources hostile to him acknowledge his courage and effectiveness. Later, writers naturally exaggerated his role, sometimes presenting him as the almost single-handed victor of Ain Jalut. The reality was more complex. The battle was won by a combined army under Qutuz's supreme command, with Baybars playing a crucial but not solitary part. Other Mamluk commanders also fought with distinction, and the army survived moments that could easily have ended in disaster. Ain Jalut was not the destruction of Mongol power as a whole. Hulagu still commanded a vast state in Iran and would continue trying to recover Syria, but the battle destroyed the belief that Mongol expansion was unstoppable. For the first time, a major Mongol army had been decisively defeated and driven from the central lands of the Middle East. Egypt had survived. Syria had been recovered. The Mamluk Sultanate, only recently created and still politically unstable, had suddenly become the leading military power of the Islamic world. And at the center of that transformation stood two men whose temporary alliance had changed history: Qutuz, the determined sultan who forced his army to fight, and Baybars, the ambitious commander who carried the war deep into Syria. The Mamluk victory at Ain Jalut was not the result of a single dramatic charge or one heroic commander. Several factors came together at exactly the right moment. One of the most important was the defection of al-Ashraf Musa. He had entered the battle as an ally of the Mongols, but abandoned them during the fighting and withdrew with his troops. His desertion weakened Kitbuka's army at a critical point, just as the Mamluks were struggling to recover from repeated Mongol attacks. Numbers may also have favored Qutuz. Kitbuka had been left with only a fraction of Hulagu's original invasion force, while the Egyptian army had been reinforced by Syrian refugees, Bari Mamluks, Kurdish troops, Turkmen fighters, Bedouin auxiliaries, and other displaced soldiers. Even though exact figures remain uncertain, the Mamluk army may well have been larger, but numbers alone do not explain the result. The core of Qutuz's army consisted of highly trained mounted archers. These were not infantrymen attempting to survive against Mongol cavalry. They were professional horsemen who had grown up within the same broader military world as their enemies. Many Mamluks had originally come from the Eurasian steppe. Like the Mongols, they had mastered riding, archery, rapid movement, feigned retreats, close coordination, and combat across open terrain. Their shared steppe background gave the two armies remarkably similar methods of war. This similarity was crucial. Most armies confronted by the Mongols had been unable to match their mobility. Heavy cavalry could be surrounded, infantry formations could be showered with arrows, and slower armies could be exhausted before the decisive attack even began. The Mamluks were different. They could maneuver at comparable speed, fire accurately from horseback, regroup under pressure, and respond to Mongol tactics with tactics of their own. To defeat a Mongol field army, an opponent needed large numbers of disciplined mounted archers. At Ain Jalut, the Mamluks possessed exactly that. The battle was therefore fought between men shaped by the same military environment. Many Mongol soldiers remained followers of traditional steppe beliefs, while many Mamluks had themselves been born outside the Islamic world and converted only after entering slavery. In a striking historical reversal, warriors from similar ethnic and cultural backgrounds confronted one another as defenders of opposing political and religious orders. The psychological condition of the Mamluk army mattered just as much. Qutuz had spent the entire campaign persuading his commanders that defeat would mean the end of everything they possessed. Egypt, their families, their wealth, their rank, and perhaps the survival of the Islamic states themselves all depended on victory. By the time the armies met, retreat was no longer a realistic option. The execution of Hulegu's envoys had closed the path to negotiation, while the march into Palestine had committed the army to battle. Qutuz had successfully created a sense that there was no alternative but to win. When the battle ended, he immediately began reorganizing Syria. The Ayyubid princes who had participated in the campaign were treated according to their conduct. Al-Mansur Muhammad of Hama had joined the Mamluks after the Mongol invasion and remained loyal during the campaign. As a reward, Qutuz restored him to his principality and enlarged his territory with Marat al-Numan and Barin. Al-Ashraf Musa received similar treatment. His earlier cooperation with the Mongols was overlooked because his desertion during the battle had assisted the Mamluk victory. He was confirmed as ruler of Homs, the same principality that Hulegu had previously restored to him. Yet neither prince regained genuine independence. Their positions now depended entirely on Egyptian support. They continued to rule only because Qutuz allowed them to do so, making them subordinate allies within the expanding Mamluk political system. A third Ayyubid prince received no such mercy. Al-Sa'id Hassan, ruler of Banias and the fortress of Al-Subayba, had become one of the most enthusiastic supporters of Mongol rule. He had helped Kitbuka capture strategic fortresses and had remained loyal during the battle. Some accounts claim that he ignored secret messages from Qutuz offering him an opportunity to change sides. Others accuse him of fighting fiercely for the Mongols or even abandoning Islam for Christianity, although this final charge was probably invented by his enemies. Whatever the exact reason, Qutuz regarded him as too compromised to pardon. Despite his request for mercy, Al-Sa'id Hassan was immediately beheaded. Qutuz then advanced toward Damascus. He reached the city on September 8th, only 5 days after the victory at Ain Jalut. News of the Mongol defeat had arrived before him, transforming the political atmosphere almost overnight. The occupation authorities had fled, collaborators attempted to escape, and old tensions within the population erupted into violence. During the months of Mongol rule, the Christian inhabitants of Damascus had enjoyed an unusual degree of freedom and protection. Mongol officers with Christian sympathies, together with Armenian and Georgian troops, had changed the balance between the city's religious communities. Many Muslims deeply resented this development. They believed that Christians had been raised to a position equal to their own, and accused some members of the Christian community of behaving provocatively under Mongol protection. Once the Mongols were gone, anger turned into revenge. Churches were burned, Christian homes and shops were attacked, property was looted, and individuals were beaten. Jewish property was also targeted in the confusion, although the attacks reportedly stopped when it was pointed out that the Jewish community had not participated in the alleged provocations. Supporters of Mongol rule faced similar danger. Angry crowds hunted down local collaborators, and some were killed before order could be restored. Qutuz sent an officer ahead to suppress the violence. His intervention was not simply an act of tolerance. Damascus had just changed hands, and uncontrolled religious conflict threatened to make the city impossible to govern. The new regime needed obedience and stability, not private vengeance. After entering the city, Qutuz began appointing officials and punishing those who had assisted the Mongol occupation. Husayn al-Kurdi, who had helped bring about the capture of al-Nasir Yusuf, was executed. Sanjar al-Halabi was appointed governor of Damascus. For Aleppo, Qutuz selected Ala al-Din, a displaced prince from the Jazira and a son of Badr al-Din Lulu, the former ruler of Mosul. Ala al-Din had once governed Sinjar under his father, but had been driven west by the Mongol advance. He later joined the Syrian troops who fled to Egypt and returned with the victorious Mamluk army. His appointment served several purposes. Because his brothers still ruled territories around Mosul and Jazirat ibn Umar, he could provide information about Mongol movements beyond the Euphrates. His family connections made him useful for intelligence gathering along the unstable northern frontier. Qutuz may also have hoped that he would balance the influence of powerful military factions already present in Aleppo. The city contained officers loyal to different branches of the former Ayyubid establishment, and placing an outsider in authority could prevent any single group from becoming dominant. Despite these appointments, Mamluk rule over Syria remained fragile. The victory at Ain Jalut had removed Kitbuka's army, but it had not automatically created a unified state. The Crusaders still controlled important cities and fortresses along the Mediterranean coast. Bohemond VI of Antioch remained openly sympathetic to the Mongols and had gained territory during their occupation. Farther north, the Ismailis still held several strongholds. Hulagu's earlier claims that their power had been completely destroyed did not reflect the reality in Syria. The Armenian kingdom of Cilicia had also expanded during the Mongol advance, occupying castles and districts in northern Aleppo province. These territories would not return peacefully simply because the Mamluks had won one battle. Even some of Qutuz's newly appointed governors could not be fully trusted. Syria had passed through years of political chaos, and many commanders were accustomed to changing allegiance whenever circumstances changed. Some may already have been considering how to escape Egyptian authority once the immediate danger had passed. The frontier beyond the Euphrates was even more uncertain. No one knew how quickly Hulagu would return, how much of Iraq remained under secure Mongol control, or whether new armies were already moving west. Qutuz therefore needed local allies who understood the desert routes and tribal politics of northern Syria. One of the most important was Sharaf al-Din Isa ibn Muhanna, head of the Al-Fadl, the leading Bedouin family in the region. Isa had taken no known part in the campaign before Ain Jalut. He appears to have remained neutral, waiting to see whether the Mongols or the Mamluks would emerge victorious. Once Qutuz's success became clear, Isa came to Damascus and submitted. Qutuz accepted his loyalty, appointed him commander of the northern Syrian Bedouin, and granted him the revenues of Salamiya. This alliance would later prove extremely important. Bedouin groups controlled routes, supplied intelligence, moved rapidly across difficult terrain, and could either protect or destabilize the Euphrates frontier. By securing Isa's cooperation, the Mamluks gained a valuable network of scouts and local forces in one of Syria's most vulnerable regions. Qutuz had transformed the political situation in only a few weeks. The Mongols had been defeated, Damascus and Aleppo had returned to Muslim rule, and most of inland Syria now acknowledged Egyptian authority. But he would not live long enough to consolidate his achievement. The temporary alliance between Qutuz and Baybars began to fracture almost immediately after the victory. Their old hostility had never truly disappeared. It had merely been set aside while Kitbuka remained a common enemy. According to the Mamluk chronicles, Qutuz had promised Baybars the governorship of Aleppo as a reward for his service. After the battle, he refused to honor that promise. Whether this was the immediate cause of the conflict or only a convenient explanation, Baybars had good reason to feel threatened. He was the most prominent leader of the Bahri Mamluks, commanded the loyalty of powerful soldiers, and possessed the ambition to rule. Qutuz had equally strong reasons to distrust him. Baybars had already participated in revolts, assassinations, and invasions. Once appointed governor of Aleppo, he would have controlled the most important city in northern Syria and gained an independent military base far from Cairo. The victory that had united them now removed the only force preventing their rivalry from returning. Qutuz cancelled a planned journey to Aleppo and began marching back to Egypt. Somewhere in the desert between Al-Arish and Salihiyya, a group of emirs approached him. The exact sequence of events remains unclear. What is certain is that Qutuz was attacked and killed. Baybars participated in the conspiracy and was probably its principal organizer. The man who had saved Egypt from the Mongols was murdered only weeks after his greatest victory. In the confusion that followed, Baybars emerged as Sultan. The transition was brutal, but it opened a new phase in Mamluk history. Under his rule, the military regime would become more stable. The defenses of Syria would be reorganized, and long-term preparations would begin for the inevitable return of the Mongols. To contemporary Muslim writers, Ain Jalut appeared almost miraculous. Baghdad had fallen, the Abbasid Caliph had been killed, and Syria had collapsed in a matter of months. The Mongols seemed unstoppable until Qutuz's army confronted them in Palestine. The victory saved Egypt from immediate invasion, expelled the Mongol occupation from most of Syria, and destroyed the terrifying myth that Mongol armies could never be defeated. It also allowed the Mamluks to seize nearly all of inland Syria not controlled by the Crusaders. A regime that had struggled for legitimacy in Egypt suddenly became the defender of the Islamic Middle East. Yet, Ain Jalut was not the final defeat of Mongol power. Kitbuka's army represented only a small portion of Hulagu's total forces. The Ilkhanate still possessed vast territories, enormous military resources, and a powerful desire for revenge. From a strategic perspective, the Mamluk victory was only a temporary interruption in the Mongol campaign. A renewed invasion seemed inevitable. Surprisingly, no major Ilkhanid attempt to reconquer Syria came for more than 2 decades. Internal Mongol conflicts, war with the Golden Horde, problems of logistics, and struggles elsewhere prevented Hulagu and his successors from immediately concentrating their full power against Egypt. This delay proved decisive. The Mamluks used the years after Ain Jalut to strengthen their army, fortify Syria, build alliances, improve intelligence networks, and prepare the frontier. Baybars would play the central role in this transformation. Ain Jalut had given the Mamluks more than a famous victory. It had given them time. And in the long struggle against the Ilkhanate, time would become one of their greatest weapons. Baybars inherited far more than a throne. When he became Sultan, Syria was already slipping toward fragmentation. In Damascus, Sanjar al-Halabi, the governor appointed by Qutuz, refused to recognize the new ruler in Cairo. He declared himself independent and adopted the royal title al-Malik al-Mujahid, presenting himself as the sovereign of Syria. Farther north, Aleppo was equally unstable. The city's senior commanders had turned against Qutuz's governor, removed him from power, and selected one of their own officers to rule. His loyalty to Baybars remained uncertain. The Mongols had also recovered quickly from Ain Jalut. Only a few months after their defeat, a substantial raiding force crossed back into northern Syria. Its mission was probably to test local defenses, gather intelligence, spread fear, and determine whether Mongol authority could be restored. The Crusader states attempted to exploit the chaos as well. In early 1261, Frankish forces launched an offensive of their own. Several smaller powers remained independent across Syria, including the Ismaili fortresses, the mountain lordship of Sahyun, and the Ayyubid principality centered on Karak. The frontier along the Euphrates was even more uncertain. No clear line separated Mamluk Syria from Mongol-controlled Iraq. Towns, fortresses, and pasturelands could fall to whichever side acted first. Baybars therefore faced a fundamental choice. He could allow Syria to break into competing states, or he could impose direct Egyptian authority over the entire region. He chose consolidation. His success came partly from military skill and political ruthlessness, but also from the mood of Syria itself. Many local officers had witnessed the collapse of Ayyubid rule and the devastation caused by the Mongols. They increasingly understood that isolated Syrian principalities could not survive another invasion. A strong regime based in Egypt offered the best chance of security. The first immediate challenge came from Sanjar al-Halabi in Damascus. Sanjar's precise ambitions are difficult to determine. he may not have intended to create a completely independent kingdom. Perhaps he imagined a return to the older Ayyubid arrangement, in which Damascus possessed its own ruler while remaining loosely connected to Egypt. Baybars had no interest in such an arrangement. He intended to govern Syria directly and would not accept a rival sultan in Damascus. Sanjar's revolt quickly collapsed. He was forced to flee, captured, and briefly imprisoned. Yet Baybars later restored him to favor and entrusted him with important offices. This combination of punishment and rehabilitation became a recurring feature of Baybars's rule. Useful men could be forgiven once they had demonstrated that they no longer posed an immediate threat. Sanjar had attempted to expand his rebellion by inviting the rulers of Hama and Aleppo to join him. Both refused. Their answer was revealing. They would recognize whoever ruled Egypt. This was not necessarily an expression of personal loyalty to Baybars. It reflected a wider political conclusion. After the Mongol invasion, the Syrian elite no longer believed that an independent ruler in Damascus could defend the country. The ruler of Egypt, with access to a larger army and greater resources, had become the natural protector of Muslim Syria. Aleppo experienced its own political revolution at almost the same time. Qutuz had appointed Ala al-Din ibn Lulu as governor of the city. The local Nasiri and Azizi commanders disliked him from the beginning. He was an outsider without deep connections to Aleppo's military factions, and his conduct soon intensified their hostility. He gained a reputation for greed, harsh taxation, and rough treatment of the population. His handling of the Mongol threat was equally unpopular. When calls for assistance arrived from Al-Bira and Manbij, local officers advised caution and the dispatch of a properly organized force. Ala al-Din ignored them and sent small detachments that were quickly defeated. The Aleppan commanders interpreted these failures as evidence of incompetence. When news arrived that Sanjar had rebelled in Damascus, they arrested the governor and elected one of their own leaders, Hussam al-Din Lakin al-Jukandar, to rule the city. The officers may have imagined creating a semi-independent military state in northern Syria, yet their refusal to join Sanjar suggests that they remained realistic. They wanted autonomy, but they also recognized the need for a powerful protector in Egypt. Any plans they had were interrupted almost immediately. On December 2, 1260, a large Mongol force entered northern Syria. Lachin and the Aleppan army understood that they could not defend the city alone. They abandoned Aleppo and withdrew south to Hama, where they joined the forces of Al-Mansur Muhammad. The combined army then moved to Homs. There, Al-Ashraf Musa added his own troops, and the Syrian commanders decided to make a stand. Mamluk sources identify the Mongol commander as Baydar, one of Kitbuka's surviving officers. He had escaped after Ain Jalut and reached the Jazira beyond the Euphrates. According to this version, the new expedition was organized by Mongol commanders on the frontier rather than personally ordered by Hulagu. The Mongols entered Aleppo without serious resistance, appointed officials to represent their authority, and continued south. They passed Hama and reached the region of Homs on December 11th. The opposing armies met near the tomb of Khalid ibn al-Walid, north of the city's citadel. The surrounding landscape, with its open slopes and broad approaches, offered suitable ground for cavalry. The Mongol army reportedly numbered around 6,000 horsemen. The Syrian force may have contained only about 1,400 men. If these numbers are even approximately correct, the defenders faced a severe disadvantage. The Mongols arranged their army into several tactical divisions, with a large unit at the front and additional formations behind it. Al-Ashraf Musa appears to have held overall command of the Muslim force. He stood in the center, while Al-Mansur of Hama commanded the right and the Aleppan officers held the left. Later accounts added miraculous details. Birds were said to have flown into the faces of the Mongols, while mist and sunlight disturbed their vision. Such stories reflected the belief that divine support had once again favored the Muslims. The actual victory, however, was achieved through coordinated action. The Syrian troops launched a concentrated attack rather than allowing themselves to be surrounded by the larger Mongol army. At a crucial moment, the Bedouin leader Zamil ibn Ali appeared behind the Mongols with a substantial tribal force. The arrival of these horsemen threatened the Mongol rear and disrupted their formations. Caught between the Syrian army in front and Bedouin troops behind, the Mongols lost cohesion. Their commanders ordered a retreat, but the withdrawal became a rout. Muslim forces pursued them, killing many and taking numerous prisoners. Among the captives was a young Mongol named Kitbuka, not the general killed at Ain Jalut, but another man bearing the same name. He was later purchased or incorporated into the household of the Mamluk commander Qalawun. Decades afterward, this former Mongol prisoner would briefly become Sultan of Egypt. Mongol and pro-Mongol accounts describe the campaign very differently. They named another commander, Ilga Noyan, and suggested that Hulagu himself had ordered the expedition. These narratives mentioned the Mongol entry into northern Syria and their advance southward, but avoided admitting that they had been defeated at Homs. One version claimed that the Mongols simply withdrew when they heard that Baybars was approaching. This silence is suspicious. It appears that later, writers attempted to soften or conceal another Mongol defeat only months after Ain Jalut. Although the armies at Homs were relatively small, the battle had enormous psychological importance. Ain Jalut had already shown that the Mongols could be defeated by a major Mamluk army. Homs demonstrated that even a much smaller Syrian force could overcome them under favorable conditions. Later, Muslim historians sometimes considered the victory at Homs even more impressive than Ain Jalut. At Ain Jalut, the Mamluks may have enjoyed a numerical advantage. At Homs, the Syrian defenders were reportedly outnumbered several times over. The battle also confirmed the effectiveness of the Mamluk military tradition. Although the victorious troops served Ayyubid princes and Syrian commanders, many were themselves Mamluks, professional mounted warriors trained in the same military system that had defeated Kitbuka. Once again, disciplined cavalry had survived and overcome Mongol horsemen. Al-Ashraf returned to Homs while Al-Mansur returned to Hama. In Hama, news of the victory triggered violence against suspected Mongol supporters. One man was killed and others were accused of planning to dig a tunnel through which Mongol troops could enter the city. Baybars rewarded Al-Ashraf for his performance by restoring Tol-Bashir to his territories. The Aleppan commanders made a different choice. They feared that the Mongols who had escaped north might regroup and return. Rather than attempt to defend Aleppo independently, they traveled to Egypt and submitted to Baybars. The Sultan received them favorably and incorporated them into the Mamluk military structure in Syria. Their acceptance of his authority removed one of the most serious threats to Egyptian control in the north. The defeated Mongols first withdrew to Salamiya, where they reorganized. They then moved north past Hama, but judged the city too well defended to attack. Returning to Aleppo, they expelled the inhabitants, killed some of them, and later allowed the survivors to return. The city remained under pressure for several months, suffering shortages and hardship until reports of an approaching Mamluk army finally forced the Mongols to withdraw eastward. For Baybars, the message was unmistakable. Ain Jalut had not ended the Mongol threat. The Ilkhanid armies still intended to return, recover Syria, and avenge Kitbuka's defeat. Future raids and threatening letters would repeatedly confirm this. Baybars therefore refused to rely on passive defense. He began building a state designed for permanent war. Internally, he strengthened the Sultanate and sought a powerful ideological foundation for his authority. He integrated Syria more closely with Egypt, reorganized the army, and prepared it to confront both Mongol and Crusader forces. He also developed a strategy of active defense. Instead of merely waiting behind fortifications, Mamluk forces would raid enemy territory, strike frontier positions, disrupt communications, and deny the Mongols the freedom to prepare invasions without interference. Diplomacy became another weapon. Baybars searched for allies who could distract, weaken, or immobilize the Ilkhans. His foreign policy was designed to ensure that the Mongols would never be able to concentrate their full power against Syria and Egypt. The Crusaders of Acre also tried to benefit from the confusion. In February 1261, a large Frankish army advanced toward the Golan to attack a group of Turkmen. The force reportedly included hundreds of knights and mounted soldiers, more than 1,000 light cavalrymen, and several thousand infantrymen. The Turkmen received warning before the attack and prepared an ambush or organized defense. The Frankish expedition ended in a severe defeat. This failure largely ended Crusader hopes of exploiting the temporary collapse of authority in Syria through direct military expansion. For the moment, the coastal states returned to a more defensive posture. Yet they continued interfering in the struggle between the Mamluks and Mongols. When Baybars sent an army north to confront the Mongols still near Aleppo, individuals in Acre reportedly warned the Mongols of the approaching force. Whether this message represented official policy or the private action of merchants or nobles remains unclear. The warning allowed the Mongols to withdraw across the Euphrates before the Mamluk troops arrived. Baybars understood that he could not fight the Mongols, consolidate Syria, and wage a major war against Acre at the same time. He therefore sought a temporary accommodation with the southern Crusader states. He did not trust them, and the attack on the Turkmen could not go unanswered. When he entered Syria later in 1261, Mamluk forces raided Frankish territory to demonstrate that the new sultan could not be ignored. A treaty was eventually concluded. Baybars did not obtain all the terms he wanted and largely renewed the earlier agreement between the Crusaders and al-Nasir Yusuf. For the moment, this compromise served his needs. Syria was suffering from famine, and food had to be imported through coastal ports. Baybars also required secure roads and uninterrupted communications while confronting the Mongols. His temporary moderation toward Acre was therefore based on strategy, not friendship. He adopted a much harsher policy toward Antioch. Bohemond VI remained openly committed to the Mongol alliance even after Ain Jalut. A Mongol official was still found in Antioch conducting a census and collecting taxes from the inhabitants. For Baybars, this made the principality not merely a Crusader state, but an active extension of Mongol influence. Mamluk raiding forces began striking Antiochina territory. One expedition passed through the region on its way toward the Euphrates, where it intended to support a new Abbasid campaign into Iraq. Another raid attacked the port of al-Suwaydiyah, known to the Franks as St. Simeon. The port was looted, weakening Antioch's economic and military position. During one operation, the Mamluks withdrew when a Mongol force approached from the north at the request of the Armenians. This demonstrated how closely Antioch, Cilician Armenia, and the Ilkhanate continued to cooperate. These raids had several purposes. They punished Antioch for supporting Hulagu, weakened its ability to assist future Mongol invasions, and attempted to convince Bohemond that the alliance was more dangerous than beneficial. He did not immediately learn the lesson. Later in 1262, infantry from Antioch joined an Armenian expedition against Al-Fuwa in northern Syria. A force from Aleppo defeated the combined army, captured many soldiers, and sent the prisoners to Egypt. The confrontation between Baybars and Antioch would continue until the principality itself was conquered in 1268. The situation along the Euphrates was more complicated. After Hulagu withdrew and Kitbuka's army was destroyed, several Mongol positions east of the river were left almost undefended. The strategic fortress of Al-Bira returned to Syrian control, although the Mongols soon attempted to recover it. Harran also lacked effective Mongol administration and was easily seized by a Syrian adventurer in 1261. Other towns in the western Jazeera, including Raqqa, Edessa, and Khalat Jabbar, had been devastated and largely abandoned. Neither the Mamluks nor the Mongols possessed firm authority over the region. This created a broad no-man's land between the two empires. For Baybars, the empty frontier was both a danger and an opportunity. If ignored, it would allow Mongol armies to advance towards Syria with little warning. If secured, it could provide defensive depth, intelligence, and forward bases for Mamluk operations. His later frontier policy grew directly from this unstable situation. Baybars also turned against the smaller independent powers that survived within Muslim Syria. The Ayyubid ruler Al-Mughith Umar still controlled Karak and Shawbak. The mountain castles of Sahyun and Balatunus were held by a local military lord. The Ismailis remained entrenched in fortresses such as Masyaf and Al-Kaf. Baibars could not tolerate autonomous states occupying strategic territory inside his defensive system. Karak was taken in 1263 after its ruler was persuaded to leave the safety of his fortress and meet Baibars near Mount Tabor. Once outside his stronghold, he was captured and his principality absorbed. Baibars gradually increased pressure on Sahyun and Balatunas. Their rulers first accepted his supremacy, and several years later, the Sultan brought the castles under direct Mamluk administration. The Ismaili fortresses required a longer campaign. Baibars first imposed influence over them during the 1260s, then steadily reduced their independence through taxation, political interference, military pressure, and the appointment of loyal leaders. By 1270, they had largely accepted his authority. Final resistance ended with the occupation of Al-Kaf in 1273. Within little more than a decade, Baibars had brought almost all of Muslim Syria under his control. This unity gave the Mamluks the strategic depth and manpower needed to confront the Ilkhanids and the Crusader states. Yet external threats were not his only concern. Baibars had gained the throne through assassination, and not every Mamluk faction accepted his rule. Shortly after his accession, Cairo experienced an uprising involving African slaves, stable workers, and military servants acting in the name of Shi'ism. The revolt was suppressed without great difficulty, but it revealed the potential for social and religious unrest within the capital. A more serious conspiracy emerged among the Muizi Mamluks, the former comrades of Qutuz. These men shared loyalty to the same military household and had reason to resent the ruler connected with their patron's murder. Baibars acted quickly and destroyed the conspiracy before it could develop into a larger rebellion. Even with Mongol armies threatening Syria, the military elite of Egypt remained divided by personal loyalties, old rivalries, and competition for office. The danger from abroad did not eliminate ambition at home. Baibars therefore needed more than military strength. He needed legitimacy. The Mamluks had always faced a problem in this regard. They were former slave soldiers who had overthrown the Ayyubids, murdered rulers, and seized authority without belonging to a recognized royal dynasty. Baibars' own position was especially vulnerable. He had participated in the killing of Qutuz and gained the throne immediately afterward. The solution appeared in the form of the Abbasid Caliphate. The Mongols had destroyed Baghdad and killed the reigning caliph in 1258. For several years, the caliphal institution had effectively disappeared. Baibars recognized that restoring it in Cairo could transform his political position. A caliph could formally grant him the right to rule, present the Mamluk Sultanate as the defender of Islam, and convert military power into religiously sanctioned authority. In June 1261, a man named Ahmad, a member of the Abbasid family, arrived in Cairo accompanied by Bedouins. He had reportedly been imprisoned in Baghdad before Hulegu captured the city. After being released during the Mongol conquest, he escaped among Arab tribes, traveled through Iraq and Syria, and eventually reached Egypt. Only 4 days after his arrival, Baibars assembled a public council. Senior commanders, government officials, judges, scholars, and religious leaders gathered to examine Ahmad's ancestry. His claim was accepted. He adopted the caliphal title al-Mustansir, and those present swore allegiance to him. Baibars himself took part in the ceremony, publicly presenting the new caliph as the legitimate successor of the Abbasid rulers of Baghdad. Several weeks later, the caliph issued a formal document investing Baibars with authority as sultan. The arrangement had almost certainly been decided in advance. The caliph received protection, status, and a ceremonial court. Baibars received religious legitimacy. The investiture called upon him to wage holy war and granted him authority not only over lands already controlled by the Mamluks, but also over territories still held by the Mongols and Crusaders. In theory, Baibars was now empowered to liberate all lands ruled by unbelievers. The political value of the ceremony was immense. Baibars began presenting himself as the partner and protector of the commander of the faithful. This association appeared on coins, official inscriptions, decrees, monuments, and diplomatic letters. The restored caliph possessed little independent power. Real authority remained in the hands of the sultan. But symbolism mattered. Baybars was no longer merely the victorious commander who had seized power after murdering his predecessor. He could now portray himself as the lawful ruler appointed by the Abbasid Caliph, the guardian of Islam, and the leader of the struggle against the Mongols and Crusaders. The new caliphate gave his regime an ideological center. Egypt provided the wealth. Syria provided the battlefield. The Mamluk army provided the force. And the Abbasid Caliph in Cairo provided the legitimacy that transformed Baybar's rule from a military seizure of power into a sacred political mission. Baybars moved quickly to transform the restored Abbasid Caliphate from a symbol into an instrument of policy. Soon after al-Mustansir was recognized in Cairo, preparations began for an expedition that would carry him back toward Baghdad. The idea was bold. If the Caliph could recover the former Abbasid capital, Mamluk influence might spread deep into Iraq, while Baybars would gain enormous prestige as the ruler who had reversed one of the greatest Mongol victories. Yet the army assigned to the mission was surprisingly small. Some accounts claim that Baybars initially selected several commanders, around 2,700 cavalrymen, Bedouin auxiliaries, and a personal guard of 100 Mamluks for the Caliph. Whether such a large force was ever seriously intended is uncertain. By the time the expedition actually departed from Damascus, al-Mustansir may have had only about 300 mounted soldiers under his direct command. In September 1261, Baybars and the Caliph left Cairo together and traveled towards Syria. Their progress was unhurried, and they eventually reached Damascus. From there, al-Mustansir began the journey east on October 11th. Baybars sent two commanders, Balaban al-Rashidi and Akush al-Rumi, toward the Euphrates through northern Syria. Their orders were to remain close enough to intervene if the Caliph called for assistance. Al-Mustansir was also joined by the three sons of Badr al-Din Lulu, the recently deceased ruler of Mosul. One of them, Ala al-Din, had briefly governed Aleppo before being overthrown by local commanders. He had later been held in a fortress in northern Syria until his brothers persuaded Baybars to release him. The most powerful of the three was al-Salih Ismail, who had inherited Mosul and initially remained loyal to the Mongols. His position, however, became increasingly dangerous. By June 1261, fear of Mongol control persuaded him to abandon Mosul and seek refuge in the Mamluk Sultanate. His brother al-Mujahid Ishaq, ruler of Jazirat ibn Umar, soon followed him to Egypt. Baybars welcomed the brothers and agreed to release Ala al-Din. They asked the Sultan to provide an army that would restore them to their former territories. Baybars refused to commit a major force, but allowed them to return east and accompany the Caliph during the first part of his expedition. The group first reached al-Rabah, where approximately 400 horsemen from the al-Fadl Bedouin joined them. At this point, the three Mosuli princes separated from al-Mustansir and began moving toward their own territories. The Caliph continued south along the Euphrates with his small army. At Ana, he encountered another Abbasid claimant named Ahmad ibn al-Hassan, who had adopted the title al-Hakim. This rival had been recognized as Caliph by the Syrian adventurer Akush al-Bali and was supported by around 600 Turkmen cavalrymen. The confrontation ended without a battle. Al-Mustansir persuaded the Turkmen to abandon al-Hakim and join his own campaign. Left without a meaningful military following, al-Hakim surrendered his claim and entered the expedition under his cousin's leadership. The Caliph's early progress was encouraging. Ana accepted his authority, followed by Haditha farther downstream. These submissions may have created the impression that local communities were ready to rally around the Abbasid name and that Mongol control in western Iraq was weaker than expected. News of the advance soon reached Baghdad. The Mongol military commander in Iraq, Karabuka, gathered approximately 5,000 troops. He was supported by Ali Bahadur al-Khwarazmi, the Mongol governor of Baghdad, who brought additional forces. Karabuka moved rapidly and entered Anbar without warning. The population was massacred, both as punishment and as a warning to anyone considering support for the Abbasid expedition. Meanwhile, Al-Mustansir captured Hit by force on November 25th. He then continued south and camped opposite Anbar on the western bank of the Euphrates. During the night of November 28th, Karabuka crossed the river. When morning came, the armies stood facing one another. The Mongol commander took an important precaution before the fighting began. He separated the Muslim soldiers serving in the Baghdad army from the rest of his forces. Many of these men had served under earlier regimes, and Karabuka feared that their loyalty to the Abbasid Caliph might outweigh their obedience to the Mongols. Al-Mustansir divided his small army into 12 tactical units. Bedouin horsemen occupied one wing, the Turkmen the other, while the Caliph remained in the center with his closest troops. Despite their inferior numbers, the Muslims attacked first. Their initial assault succeeded in driving back the forces under Ali Bahadur. For a brief moment, it appeared that the Caliph's army might achieve an extraordinary victory. But the Mongols had prepared an ambush. As the Muslim formation advanced, hidden Mongol troops struck. The Bedouin and Turkmen contingents immediately fled, leaving the center exposed. The remaining soldiers were surrounded and cut down. Most of the Caliph's force was killed. The fate of Al-Mustansir remains uncertain. Some accounts suggest that he escaped from the battlefield but disappeared soon afterward. Others imply that he died during the fighting. No reliable report records his final moments. Al-Hakim survived and eventually returned to Syria with a small number of commanders and soldiers. One witness claimed that the Caliph had entered the battle with only 400 men against approximately 6,000 Mongols. Even allowing for exaggeration, the imbalance was severe. This raises an obvious question. Why had Baybars allowed the newly installed Caliph to march into Mongol-held Iraq with such a weak army? Medieval historians struggled with the same problem. Baybars' official biographer avoided criticizing the Sultan directly. Instead, he praised Baybars' generosity and suggested that Al-Mustansir had acted carelessly by failing to protect himself or summon the commanders who had been stationed near the Euphrates. A later writer was far less forgiving. He expressed disbelief that Baybars would send such a small expedition against an enemy powerful enough to conquer Iraq. In his judgment, even the combined armies of Egypt and Syria might not have been sufficient for such a task. Another explanation appeared in later chronicles. According to this story, Baybars originally planned to give the Caliph 10,000 cavalrymen. One of the princes from Mosul then warned him that if Al-Mustansir recovered Baghdad, he might use his restored authority to remove Baybars from power. The Sultan supposedly accepted this warning and reduced the expedition to only 300 men. The number of 300 may be credible, but the broader story is doubtful. Baybars was still organizing his army and consolidating his position. Sending 10,000 cavalrymen east would have removed a large portion of the troops needed to secure Egypt and Syria. It is also unclear why he would have feared Al-Mustansir so deeply. The Caliph had already granted Baybars broad governing authority, and the Sultan later demonstrated that he could keep another Abbasid Caliph under close political control. Even Baybars' reputation for ruthless calculation does not make it easy to believe that he deliberately sent the Caliph to certain death. It is equally difficult to explain why Al-Mustansir would willingly accept a mission that everyone knew was hopeless. The expedition becomes more understandable when viewed through the uncertainty surrounding Iraq and the Jazeera. Mamluk leaders may genuinely have believed that Mongol authority east of the Euphrates was collapsing. Several important towns appeared to have been abandoned, local rulers were changing sides, and independent military adventurers moved through the region with surprisingly little resistance. One later account states that Al-Mustansir believed the Mongols had withdrawn from Iraq entirely. That belief was incorrect, but it was not completely irrational. Akhush al-Barli had been able to operate across parts of the Jazeera, while Mamluk and Syrian armies had defeated Mongol forces twice within the previous year. The victories at Ain Jalut and Homs may have encouraged excessive confidence. Baybars, the Caliph, or both may have concluded that Mongol strength in Iraq was far weaker than it truly was. The expedition may therefore have been intended as a low-cost attempt to extend Mamluk influence eastward. The Abbasid name still commanded loyalty. Baybars may have hoped that once al-Mustansir entered Iraq, local soldiers, Bedouin tribes, displaced commanders, and dissatisfied communities would rally around him. The Mongols themselves clearly feared this possibility. Their decision to exclude Muslim troops from the battle shows that they understood the political appeal of the caliph. It is also possible that the initiative came largely from al-Mustansir. Having been recognized as caliph, he may have wished to recover Baghdad personally rather than remain a ceremonial figure in Cairo. Baybars may simply have given him permission, limited troops, and cautious support. While the caliph marched toward disaster, the sons of Badr al-Din Lulu continued their own attempt to recover the Jazeera. After leaving al-Mustansir at al-Rahba, the three brothers reached Sinjar without opposition. Ala al-Din and al-Mujahid remained there, while al-Salih Ismail continued toward Mosul. When news arrived of the caliph's defeat, the two brothers at Sinjar abandoned their plans and returned to Syria. Baybars received them generously and granted them large land revenues. Al-Salih went farther. He entered Mosul with only 600 or 700 cavalrymen. The Mongol troops in the area withdrew rather than confront him, allowing him to recover the city with surprising ease. His success was temporary. Near the end of 1261, a Mongol army under Samdagu surrounded Mosul. The siege continued for many months, bringing severe hunger and suffering to both the defenders and the civilian population. The city held out until the summer of 1262. Al-Saleh eventually surrendered, but the Mongols showed him no mercy. He was killed in a particularly brutal manner, and Mosul returned to Mongol control. During the siege, Al-Salih appealed for help to Akkush al-Barli, one of the most unpredictable military figures of the period. Al-Barli had originally served the Ayyubid ruler Al-Nasir Yusuf. He fought on the Muslim side at Ain Jalut and was rewarded by Qutuz with authority over part of Palestine. After Qutuz's death, however, he came into conflict with Baybars. He fled north with his followers and briefly seized Aleppo. A Mamluk army expelled him in July 1261, but when the Egyptian troops withdrew, al-Barli returned and captured the city again. Baybars sent another expedition, and Aleppo was finally recovered in October. Al-Barli then moved northeast and seized the strategic fortress of Al-Bira. From there, he advanced into the Jazeera, captured Harran, and took the nearby fortress of Kalat al-Karadi from its Mongol governors. His wandering campaigns carried him as far as Amid. While based at Harran in the spring of 1262, he received al-Salih's appeal for help from besieged Mosul. Al-Barli responded immediately, even though his army was extremely small. Muslim sources give him between 1,200 and 1,400 soldiers, while the Mongol force may have numbered as many as 10,000. Some accounts claim that the Mongols initially considered abandoning the siege when they heard he was approaching. A former Syrian official named Al-Zain al-Hafizi was present in the Mongol camp. He had once advised al-Nasir Yusuf to submit and was now openly serving the Mongols. After learning the size of al-Barli's army, he persuaded the commanders that withdrawal was unnecessary. The Mongols marched out to meet the approaching Syrians. The armies clashed near Sinjar on May 7, 1262. The result was a complete Mongol victory. Al-Barli's small army was destroyed, and he himself was wounded. He escaped with only a fraction of his followers and returned to Al-Bira. Hulagu then attempted to bring him into Mongol service. He sent a message offering to recognize al-Barli as ruler of Al-Bira if he would submit. Al-Barli refused. Instead, he wrote to Baybars and asked to return to Mamluk obedience. Given their earlier conflict, this was a risky request, but Baybars understood the strategic importance of Al-Bira and accepted it. Al-Barli traveled to Cairo and was received favorably in October 1262. His reconciliation brought Al-Bira under direct Mamluk authority. The fortress was one of the most important crossing points on the Euphrates. Controlling it gave Baybars a forward defensive position, a base for intelligence gathering, and a barrier against future Mongol invasions. Al-Barli himself did not remain secure for long. Less than a year later, Baybars had him arrested. His turbulent career reflected the instability of the frontier. Commanders shifted between rulers, captured cities with small personal armies, submitted when necessary, and rebelled whenever opportunity appeared. Yet amid this chaos, Baybars was steadily expanding his control. The Caliph's expedition had ended in disaster. Mosul had fallen again, and attempts to challenge Mongol authority inside Iraq had failed. But Al-Bira had entered the Mamluk system. The frontier was becoming more clearly defined, and Baybars had learned an important lesson. The Mongols might be defeated in Syria, but they remained extremely powerful in Iraq. Future campaigns would require more than symbolic leadership, scattered allies, and improvised expeditions. They would demand a permanent frontier strategy, careful intelligence, and an army capable of meeting the Ilkhanids on equal terms. While armies moved across northern Syria and the Jazeera, the surviving Abbasid claimant Al-Hakim Ahmad was making his own way toward Egypt. Ahmad belonged to a distant branch of the Abbasid family. He was a descendant of the 12th century Caliph al-Mustashid and had escaped from Baghdad after the Mongol conquest of 1258. Like many survivors of the destroyed Abbasid court, he disappeared into the tribal world beyond the cities, finding shelter among the Kafaja Bedouins before eventually reaching Syria. There, he came under the protection of Isa ibn Muhanna, one of the most important leaders of the Al-Fadl Confederation. News of his presence reached Al-Nasir Yusuf, the Ayyubid ruler of Damascus and Aleppo, who invited him to his court. Before Ahmad could accept, Hulagu's invasion transformed the political situation. Aleppo fell, Damascus surrendered, and Al-Nasir's kingdom collapsed. The Abbasid refugee was once again left without a powerful patron. Qutuz later learned of Ahmad's existence and immediately recognized the political value of his ancestry. He reportedly promised to restore him as caliph, and even arranged for an oath of loyalty to be made in his name through a representative. Qutuz's assassination ended those plans. Like Baybars, he had understood that reviving the Abbasid Caliphate under Mamluk protection could give the new military regime a legitimacy it did not possess on its own. The idea did not belong exclusively to Baybars, although he would eventually use it more effectively than anyone else. Before Ahmad learned of Qutuz's death, he had already begun acting like a ruler. Taking the title Al-Hakim bi Amr Allah, he joined members of the Al-Fadl and launched a raid into Iraq. His followers passed through Ana, Haditha, Hit, and Anbar, encountering little resistance. Later chroniclers described these movements as conquests, but in reality, the expedition probably did little more than occupy towns temporarily after Mongol troops withdrew or failed to appear. Near Fallujah, however, Ahmad's force encountered a Mongol patrol. A battle followed in December 1260. Muslim sources portray the engagement as a spectacular victory, claiming that enormous numbers of Mongol horsemen were killed while the Abbasid force suffered only a handful of casualties. Those figures are almost certainly exaggerated, yet some form of Mongol defeat appears to have occurred. News of this success may have encouraged the dangerous belief that Mongol control over western Iraq had collapsed. It may also have influenced Baybars and Al-Mustansir when they planned the Caliph's disastrous expedition the following year. The local Mongol commander, Karabuka, soon appeared with a much larger army. Recognizing that his position had become impossible, Al-Hakim withdrew from Iraq and returned to Syria. He established contact with Taybars al-Waziri, the governor of Damascus, who arranged for him to travel to Cairo. Ahmad expected Baybars to recognize his claim and place him at the head of the restored Abbasid institution. He arrived too late. Only 3 days before his expected entrance into the capital, another Abbasid prince, Al-Mustansir, reached Cairo and was proclaimed caliph. Ahmad suddenly found himself transformed from a valuable claimant into a dangerous rival. Fearing arrest, he turned north and traveled to Aleppo. There he joined Akush al-Bali, the independent-minded commander who was attempting to establish his own authority in northern Syria. Al-Bali recognized Ahmad as caliph, not merely out of religious devotion, but because an Abbasid figure could strengthen his claims against Baybars. Al-Hakim was given several hundred Turkmen cavalrymen and sent east across the Euphrates. At Harran, the population accepted him as caliph, including members of the prominent Banu Taymiyyah family. His independent caliphate did not last long. At Ana, he encountered Al-Mustansir and the expedition marching toward Baghdad. Al-Hakim's Turkmen supporters were persuaded to transfer their loyalty to the Cairo-backed Caliph. Left without a meaningful army, Ahmad temporarily abandoned his own claim and joined his cousin's campaign. The expedition ended in disaster near Anbar. Al-Mustansir's small army was destroyed, and the fate of the Caliph himself remained unknown. Al-Hakim escaped. After returning to Syria, he received a summons from Baybars and traveled once more toward Cairo. He entered the capital on March 22, 1262, where the Sultan welcomed him publicly and provided him with comfortable quarters in the citadel. Then, Baybars ignored him. The Sultan had already received formal authority from Al-Mustansir before the latter's disappearance. There was therefore no immediate need to recognize another caliph. Al-Hakim remained in political suspension for more than 6 months, while Baybars decided how best to use him. Only in November 1262 was a public assembly organized to examine his ancestry. Judges, scholars, commanders, and senior officials confirmed his Abbasid descent and swore allegiance to him. He retained the title Al-Hakim bi Amr Allah. This second restoration was more restrained than the first. Baybars did not arrange another grand document of investiture granting him the Sultanate. He already possessed the legitimacy he required and had no intention of allowing the new caliph to appear politically independent. During the Friday sermon following his recognition, Al-Hakim praised Baybars and called upon Muslims to support holy war. That became his principal function. He remained within the citadel in a state of comfortable isolation. He appeared during ceremonies, received formal respect, and occasionally participated in diplomatic affairs. He played a role, for example, in early contacts between Baybars and the rulers of the Golden Horde. But he never exercised real power. The Cairo Caliphate had now assumed its permanent Mamluk form. The Abbasid Caliph supplied ritual legitimacy, while the Sultan controlled the army, the administration, taxation, diplomacy, and war. Al-Hakim was not the only refugee prince whom Baybars attempted to use against the Mongols. During 1261 or 1262, Saif al-Din Mankalan, ruler of the Kurdish territory around Julamark, arrived in Mamluk lands with his son and several Kurdish commanders. He had been displaced by Mongol pressure and sought protection from Baybars. The Sultan received him generously and offered him a choice. He could remain safely within the Mamluk Sultanate, or he could return east and attempt to take control of Erbil. The offer was politically convenient. The previous ruler of Erbil had also fled west and entered Baybars' service, leaving the position theoretically vacant. In practice, of course, Erbil stood inside Mongol-controlled territory. Saif al-Din accepted the challenge. He departed with his son and a group of Kurdish emirs. The expedition achieved some early success, but Saif al-Din was eventually killed while fighting the Mongols. His son continued the resistance from the Kurdish mountain regions. The Mongols proved unable to eliminate him completely and were ultimately forced to tolerate his presence or negotiate some form of settlement. The episode revealed one of the weaknesses of Mongol administration in the region. Their armies could seize major cities and dominate open plains, but controlling rugged mountain districts was far more difficult. Local Kurdish leaders could retreat into inaccessible terrain, gather followers, and maintain resistance long after formal conquest had been declared complete. Another refugee named Shahab al-Din Abu Bakr was used in a similar way. His origins are unclear, but Baybars received him favorably and sent him east. Several months later, a message arrived claiming that he had taken control of large parts of the Jazeera and had received oaths of loyalty to the Mamluk Sultan. Nothing further was heard from him. He was probably defeated or killed soon afterward. Even failed expeditions could serve Baybars' interests. These campaigns required little direct commitment from Egypt. They were usually led by displaced rulers, frontier adventurers, Kurdish commanders, or local princes familiar with the lands beyond the Euphrates. Baybars supplied recognition, limited resources, and political encouragement. In return, the expeditions disturbed Mongol communications, forced the Ilkhans to divert troops, tested the loyalty of local populations, and extended Mamluk influence whenever they succeeded. During 1262, this became something close to a temporary policy. Small forces repeatedly crossed the Euphrates under leaders who had lost territories to the Mongols and hoped to recover them. The strategy was encouraged by the apparent weakness of Mongol authority in the western Jazeera. Towns had been abandoned, garrisons were thin, and local armies sometimes moved through the region without meeting serious resistance. Baybars had little reason not to exploit the uncertainty. The most important element in his frontier strategy, however, was not the dispatch of ambitious refugees. It was his relationship with the Bedouin tribes of the Syrian desert. These tribes controlled the spaces through which armies, couriers, merchants, spies, and raiding parties moved between Syria and Iraq. Their territory included the roads leading to the crossings, bridges, and fords of the Euphrates. Without their cooperation, no government could secure the eastern frontier. The Bedouins also formed an essential part of the Mamluk communication system. They carried messages across remote regions, guided military forces through the desert, and transmitted news from Mongol territory. They served as scouts and intelligence gatherers, often learning of enemy movements before formal officials received any warning. Their military value was equally significant. Although they could not replace the disciplined Mamluk cavalry, tribal horsemen were useful as auxiliaries, raiders, guides, and frontier guards. They could move rapidly through terrain unfamiliar to regular troops and strike deep into Mongol-held lands. But the tribes could also become a serious threat. When dissatisfied with the Sultan, they might raid settled districts, disrupt communications, refuse military service, or cross the Euphrates and offer their allegiance to the Mongols. Their knowledge of the frontier made them valuable allies but dangerous enemies. Baybars therefore developed a system of patronage. He granted titles, land revenues, gifts, robes of honor, and payments to selected tribal leaders. In return, they guarded roads, watched the borders, provided soldiers, and reported Mongol movements. This patronage could be understood as a political bargain. The Sultan purchased cooperation and reduced the likelihood of rebellion or desertion. Yet, it was more than simple bribery. By recognizing specific chiefs, Baybars incorporated tribal authority into the administrative structure of the Mamluk state. The most powerful Bedouin confederation in northern Syria was the Al-Fadl, a branch of the Tayyi tribe. Their territory stretched from the region between Hama and the Euphrates southward toward Rahba and northward toward Kalat Jabbar. Their mobility and geographic reach gave them enormous strategic importance. During Baybars's reign, they were led by Sharaf al-Din Isa ibn Muhanna. His branch of the family became known as the Al-Muhanna and would remain influential for generations. The rise of the Al-Fadl had begun long before the Mamluks. They had gained prominence under the ruler Zengi during the 12th century and continued to grow in power under the Ayyubids. Different princes competed for their loyalty by granting privileges and official recognition. During the final years of Ayyubid rule, the formal title of commander of the Syrian Bedouins belonged to Abu Bakr ibn Ali, one of Isa's relatives. A later account connects Isa's promotion directly to Baybars's personal history. According to this story, when Baybars fled Egypt with the Bahri Mamluks during the 1250s, he sought protection from Abu Bakr's father and was refused. Isa, by contrast, treated him generously. After becoming Sultan, Baybars supposedly removed Abu Bakr and rewarded Isa with leadership of the tribes. The story may contain some truth, but its chronology is uncertain. Other sources indicate that Qutuz had already appointed Isa as commander of the Bedouins after Ain Jalut, even though Isa and his followers do not appear to have participated in the battle. It is therefore more likely that Isa's rise began before Baybars took power. Baybars then confirmed an existing appointment and perhaps enlarged the lands and revenues attached to it. Personal gratitude may still have influenced the decision. Baybars remembered both loyalty and insult, and Isa's earlier hospitality could only have strengthened his position. The title of Emir al-Arab, commander of the Bedouins, was formally granted by the Sultan. Its holder occupied an important place within Mamluk government. The system combined tribal power with state recognition. The central government supported a leader who had already demonstrated influence among the nomads. In return, official titles, money, and land grants increased that leader's prestige and allowed him to overpower rivals. Mamluk patronage, therefore, did not merely recognize existing tribal hierarchies, it actively reshaped them. The growing dominance of the al-Fadl offers a clear example. Backed by the sultans, they expanded at the expense of rival confederations and occupied richer seasonal grazing grounds. Their growing power allowed them to camp closer to cultivated areas and depend less heavily on the distant desert for pasture. The Sultan also distributed smaller grants among other members of the ruling family and among lesser tribal leaders. This prevented all Bedouin power from becoming concentrated in a single pair of hands and created a network of chiefs dependent on the government. The exact authority of the Amir al-Arab over other tribes remained flexible. Some southern Syrian chiefs may also have used the title, while local groups maintained considerable autonomy. Baybars did not need complete administrative control over every tribe. He needed predictable cooperation where it mattered most: the roads, river crossings, desert routes, and frontier zones. During his first journey to Syria as Sultan in the autumn of 1261, Baybars met a group of Bedouin chiefs in Damascus. The newly appointed Caliph al-Mustansir accompanied him and would soon begin his journey toward Iraq. The Sultan honored the tribal leaders and granted them payments or revenues. In exchange, he charged them with guarding the country as far as the Iraqi frontier. The identities of all the chiefs are not recorded. Some may have represented tribes around Damascus, the Golan, and the Hauran. Others almost certainly belonged to the al-Fadl of northern Syria, since only they possessed the reach necessary to watch the Euphrates approaches. Whether Isa ibn Muhanna attended this particular meeting is uncertain. Had he been present, some chroniclers might have mentioned him by name. By the following year, however, Isa and his cousin Zamil ibn Ali traveled to the Mamluk court, probably in Cairo, to renew their loyalty personally. Baybars welcomed them warmly. Zamil was already known for his decisive intervention against the Mongols at the Battle of Homs. Isa controlled the most powerful Bedouin network on the frontier. By binding both men to his regime, Baybars gained more than tribal allies. He acquired scouts, messengers, raiders, guides, and guardians for the exposed eastern border. The Mamluk defense of Syria would not depend on fortresses and regular cavalry alone. It would also depend on men who knew every road, spring, crossing, and desert track between Damascus and Iraq. Baybars understood that the frontier could not simply be occupied. It had to be watched continuously. And for that task, the Bedouins were indispensable. Not every tribe in Syria accepted Baybars' authority willingly. Some cooperated only when it suited their interests, while others maintained connections with the Crusaders, the Armenians, or even the Mongols. One of the first groups to challenge the new order was the Zubayd, a tribe concentrated around Damascus and the regions farther south. In 1261, Baybars learned that members of the tribe had entered into agreements with the Franks along the coast. Even more seriously, they were accused of revealing weak points in Muslim defensive positions. Baybars responded secretly and decisively. A military force was sent against the tribe without warning. Many of its members were killed, and the survivors were given a clear lesson: cooperation with the coastal crusaders would be treated as treason. The situation was more complicated in northern Syria, where the authority of Cairo remained less secure. In 1262 or 1263, approximately 1,000 horsemen from the Banu Kilab joined the Armenian king in a raid against Ain Tab. No immediate Mamluk retaliation is recorded. This silence may indicate that Baybars lacked the ability to punish them at the time. The Banu Kilab lived beyond the areas most firmly controlled by the Sultan. Their submission remained uncertain, and they could not easily be forced into obedience without the presence of a major Mamluk army. They appear again only in 1277, when Baybars returned from his victorious campaign in Anatolia. As the Sultan approached Harim with a powerful army, the leaders of the Banu Kilab came forward to declare their loyalty. Their timing was revealing. They acknowledged Mamluk authority openly only when Baybars was physically present with overwhelming force. Still, repeated Mamluk attacks against Cilician Armenia may have persuaded them to end their cooperation with the Armenian kingdom. No further participation by the tribe in Armenian raids is recorded during Baybars' reign. By the end of 1263, the Sultan had integrated most Syrian nomadic groups into his political and military system. While traveling north, he met Turkmen leaders at Gaza and reorganized their affairs. He then received the chiefs of several tribes from Palestine, including the Ayyid, Jam, and Thalaba. Baybars placed these chiefs under formal obligations to the state. They were entrusted with maintaining order in the countryside, required to pay a special tax imposed on nomadic groups, and expected to support the rapidly developing Mamluk postal network. This postal system depended on stations equipped with fresh horses. Couriers carrying military intelligence or royal orders could change mounts and continue without lengthy delays. Tribal leaders were therefore required to provide horses whenever the Sultan demanded them. One account also suggests that Baybars established a special administrative office to supervise Bedouin affairs. A military inspector may have been appointed to monitor their obligations, distribute payments, and coordinate their service. The same account claims that the tribes were ordered to attack Hulagu by force or deception. This probably does not refer specifically to the nomads of southern Palestine who lived far from the Mongol frontier. The writer may have combined information from several different meetings with tribal chiefs. Even so, the broader idea is accurate. Baybars did not treat the nomads simply as subjects who paid taxes. He turned them into an organized component of his military and intelligence system. This policy did not eliminate conflict. The most troublesome Bedouin leader during the early years of Baybar's reign was Nur al-Din Zamil ibn Ali. Zamil belonged to the same powerful family as Isa ibn Muhanna, but relations between the two men were deeply hostile. Zamil had already demonstrated his military value during the Mongol raid of 1260. His arrival behind the Mongol army at Homs had played an important part in the Muslim victory. Yet he was not satisfied with the new distribution of power among the Syrian tribes. His brother Abu Bakr had lost the title of commander of the Bedouins, while Isa ibn Muhanna had gained the office and the privileges attached to it. Later, in 1260, Zamil joined Akush al-Bali at Aleppo, signaling his opposition to the emerging Mamluk order. By the following year, he appeared to have reconciled with Baybars. He traveled with Isa ibn Muhanna to renew his loyalty and was received favorably. The reconciliation did not last. Conflict between Zamil and Isa eventually led to Zamil's arrest and imprisonment. He was later released, and Baybars restored both his military title and his land revenues. Once back among his followers, however, Zamil began attacking officials and disrupting the countryside. His most serious act was the capture of the Sultan's messengers. They were traveling secretly toward the ruler of Shiraz, with whom Baybars had established private diplomatic contact. Zamil seized the letters and sent them to Hulagu. He then crossed into Mongol territory, appeared before the Khan, and encouraged him to invade the Mamluk Sultanate. In return, he received land revenues in Iraq. His hostility did not end there. During a winter spent in the Hijaz, his followers attacked travelers and killed pilgrims on the road to Mecca. Eventually, life in exile became less attractive. Zamil wrote to Baybars and requested forgiveness. The Sultan appeared willing to pardon him, although in the meantime Zamil's former office and lands had been granted to his brother Abu Bakr. Baybars ordered Zamil to present himself at a specific time. When he arrived, he was arrested. This time, there was no restoration. Zamil remained imprisoned until his death around 1271 or 1272. His career revealed the danger posed by powerful frontier chiefs. They could serve the Mamluks 1 year, rebel the next, and then seek protection from the Mongols across the Euphrates. Even Isa ibn Muhanna, the most important tribal ally of the Sultan, once considered desertion. Around 1271, relations between Isa and Baybars deteriorated badly. The Sultan was holding the sons of several tribal leaders as hostages, a sign that trust had already broken down. Baybars had also confiscated half of Isa's land revenues, including Salamiya and other valuable territories. Isa responded by considering a move into Mongol lands. The threat was extremely serious. If Isa crossed the Euphrates, the Mamluks would lose one of their most important frontier allies. The Mongols would gain detailed intelligence about Syrian defenses, tribal routes, communications, water sources, and river crossings. Baybars understood that direct punishment might make the situation worse. Instead of sending a large army, he traveled secretly to Hama with only a small entourage. There, he surprised a gathering of tribal leaders and reassured them. He then summoned Isa personally. When Isa appeared, Baybars asked directly whether he intended to abandon Syria. Isa admitted that he did. The Sultan did not arrest him. Instead, he honored him, restored his confiscated revenues, and released the tribal hostages. The crisis ended without violence. This episode demonstrates how important Isa had become. Baybars could execute lesser chiefs or destroy rebellious tribes, but he treated the leader of the Al-Fadl with far greater caution. The possibility of crossing into Mongol territory gave the Bedouins a powerful bargaining tool. Their position between two rival empires allowed them to threaten one ruler with the support of the other. From the Mongol perspective, Bedouin defectors were extremely useful. They provided intelligence, weakened Mamluk frontier defenses, and could be sent back into Syria as raiders, spies, or guides. Isa and later his son Muhanna repeatedly used the threat of defection in negotiations with the Mamluk state. In later generations, the threat would sometimes become reality. Only after a formal peace was concluded between the Mamluks and the Ilkhanate in 1323 did this political weapon lose much of its value. Once the two empires were no longer at war, tribal leaders found it harder to play one side against the other. The Syrian Bedouins provided far more than intelligence and frontier security. They possessed substantial military strength. No reliable contemporary estimate survives for their total number of warriors. Later writers claimed that the Al-Fadl alone could field 24,000 horsemen, but such figures cannot be accepted at face value. They were written long after Baybars' reign, often reflected an idealized picture of Mamluk power, and were produced in a historical tradition that frequently exaggerated military numbers. Contemporary accounts of individual campaigns are more modest. Tribal leaders usually appeared with forces numbering several hundred, or at most, a few thousand horsemen. Even these smaller forces could have a decisive effect. The arrival of Zamil's Bedouins behind the Mongols at Homs demonstrated how rapidly tribal cavalry could change the balance of a battle. The Bedouins were not the only nomadic population entering Mamluk Syria. Large numbers of Turkmen also arrived during the 13th century. Turkish nomadic groups had lived in Syria since the Seljuk period, but their numbers increased sharply after the Mongol invasions. Families and entire tribal communities fled from Anatolia and other Mongol-controlled regions, seeking safer territory under Mamluk rule. In 1261, one such group was living in the Golan Heights. These Turkmen had escaped from the Mongols at an unknown date and later defeated a major Frankish attack. Their victory did not earn lasting favor from Baybars. After angering the Sultan for reasons that remain unclear, they left Syria and moved into Anatolia. Another Turkmen group fled from Anatolia into Syria during the following year after suffering attacks and massacres by a Mongol commander. The movement continued throughout Baybars' reign. During a campaign in Cilician Armenia in 1274 or 1275, the Sultan encountered Turkmen and Bedouin groups who declared their loyalty. He brought some of them back to Syria. One medieval biographer claimed that 40,000 Turkmen households migrated into Syria during Baybars' reign. The figure is probably exaggerated, but it conveys the scale of the movement. Baybars welcomed many of the newcomers. Turkmen chiefs received land grants and military titles, while their followers were settled in strategically important regions. Numerous communities were placed along the Syrian coast, stretching from Gaza in the south toward the borders of Cilician Armenia in the north. Their settlement served several purposes. It provided refugees with land, expanded the military population of the Sultanate, and created new defensive communities in regions exposed to Crusader attack. Turkmen chiefs met Baybars at Gaza early in 1263, and the Sultan formally arranged their status. Some of these groups were probably settled nearby, since Turkmen later appeared as part of the military forces assigned to Gaza. Administrative documents from later periods list Turkmen alongside Bedouins and Kurds as auxiliary troops responsible for supporting the city's army. Other Turkmen were placed near Kara after Baybars captured the fortress from the Franks in 1266. That same year, Turkmen raiders attacked Haifa. One of the most important settlement programs followed the conquest of Jaffa in 1268. Baybars distributed newly captured coastal lands among Turkmen groups and assigned them responsibility for guarding the region against Frankish attack. This arrangement was financially efficient. The Turkmen supported themselves from the lands they received. Apart from the initial distribution of horses, weapons, and equipment, the Sultan could increase his military strength without placing a major new burden on the treasury. Some of these same communities may later have encountered the English Prince Edward during his raid toward Kokun in 1271. The policy continued after Baybars's death. In the early 14th century, hundreds of Turkmen were settled between Beirut and Antioch and given land revenues in exchange for patrolling coastal roads and shorelines. Despite their growing population, the Turkmen played a smaller role than the Bedouins in the war against the Ilkhanids. They appeared in some early campaigns connected with the Abbasid claimants al-Mustansir and al-Hakim, but they are rarely mentioned in later fighting against the Mongols. Several explanations are possible. Baybars may have doubted their reliability because many had relatives and tribal connections in Anatolia, a region under strong Mongol influence. Placing them directly on the Euphrates frontier could have created opportunities for desertion, espionage, or divided loyalty. The Sultan may therefore have preferred to use them against the Crusader states rather than the Ilkhanids. The coast provided an ideal setting. Recently conquered lands required settlers, patrols, and mobile fighters. Turkmen horsemen could raid Frankish territory, guard roads, and occupy regions from which Christian populations had been displaced. The continuing Mamluk conquest of Crusader territory made more land available for precisely this purpose. Baybars therefore assigned different frontier roles to different nomadic groups. The Bedouins of northern and eastern Syria guarded the approaches to Iraq, watched the Euphrates crossings, carried intelligence, and raided Mongol territory. The Turkmen were increasingly settled in western Syria, where they strengthened the defense of the Mediterranean coast and supported the war against the Crusaders. Neither group was completely trustworthy, and both required careful supervision. Yet Baybars understood how to use their mobility, military traditions, and local knowledge without allowing them to remain entirely outside the state. Through rewards, punishments, hostages, titles, land grants, and personal diplomacy, he transformed scattered nomadic communities into essential parts of the Mamluk defense system. The result was not perfect obedience. It was something more practical, controlled cooperation. Diplomacy gave Baybars valuable allies and helped divide his enemies, but diplomacy alone could never guarantee the survival of the Mamluk Sultanate. Agreements, embassies, and political alliances would have meant very little without the enormous military reforms he introduced during his reign. The victory at Ain Jalut had given the Mamluks something desperately needed: time. The Ilkhanids remained dangerous, but they were distracted by conflicts elsewhere, particularly their growing rivalry with the Golden Horde. Pressure from other Mongol powers prevented them from immediately sending their full military strength back into Syria. Baybars used this pause with remarkable energy. He understood that the next Mongol invasion might be far larger than Kitbuka's defeated army. If Egypt and Syria were to survive, the Mamluk state had to be reorganized for permanent war. The Ilkhanids did not completely surrender the initiative. Raids continued along the frontier, garrisons tested Mamluk defenses, and Mongol commanders constantly searched for weaknesses east of the Euphrates. Yet the frontier gradually became more secure. By the time the Mongols launched another major invasion in 1281, the military system created by Baybars was strong enough to meet them. The Mamluk victory at the Second Battle of Homs proved that his preparations had succeeded. The first priority was the expansion of the army. Some medieval writers claimed that the Egyptian cavalry reached 40,000 men during Baybars's reign. Elsewhere, figures closer to 30,000 are given. These totals cannot be accepted as precise statistics, but they clearly indicate extraordinary growth. Under the later Ayyubid rulers, Egypt may have fielded only around 10,000 horsemen. Even if the later figures are exaggerated, Baybars appears to have multiplied the military strength available to the Sultanate. He began with the forces inherited from earlier regimes. These included soldiers who had served the Ayyubids, the Mamluks of previous sultans, military households belonging to senior commanders, and Syrian troops absorbed after the collapse of the local principalities. But the army continued to grow throughout his reign. A steady stream of military refugees arrived from territories ruled by the Mongols. These newcomers were often known as the Wafidiyya, meaning those who had come from abroad seeking protection. They belonged to several different groups. Some were actual Mongol or Turkic tribesmen who abandoned the Ilkhanids and crossed into Mamluk territory. Others were Muslim commanders, cavalrymen, former Mamluks, and local soldiers from Iraq, Anatolia, and the Jazeera who had lost their positions under Mongol rule. For Baybars, these refugees were extremely valuable. They arrived already trained. Many were experienced horse archers who had fought in Mongol armies or in the forces of regional rulers. The Sultan did not need to spend years teaching them how to ride, shoot, maneuver, or survive on campaign. They did, however, need salaries, horses, land revenues, equipment, and commanders. Most were absorbed into the private military households of Mamluk emirs or into the Halka, the non-Mamluk cavalry formation of the Sultanate. The Halka occupied a lower social position than the royal Mamluks, but its members could still be highly effective soldiers. One contemporary estimate claims that around 3,000 Mongol military refugees entered Mamluk service during Baybars' reign. Another 3,000 Muslim soldiers reportedly arrived from Iraq. These figures did not include commanders from Anatolia, troops from the Jazeera, Turkmen migrants, Kurdish warriors, or Arab tribesmen from Iraq. The total military influx may therefore have been much larger. This migration strengthened the Mamluk army while weakening Mongol-controlled regions. Every experienced cavalryman who crossed the frontier became both a new soldier for Baybars and one fewer warrior available to the Ilkhans. Even more important was the Sultan's massive investment in purchasing new Mamluks. One source credits Baybars with acquiring approximately 4,000 personal military slaves. A much later writer gives the far larger figure of 16,000, but this is probably an exaggeration. The lower figure is more credible, although the larger total may include Mamluks who had once belonged to previous rulers or deceased commanders and were later incorporated into the royal household. Even 4,000 was an extraordinary number. Al-Saleh Ayyub, whose military policies had helped create the Bahri Mamluks, was believed to have maintained only around 1,000 personal Mamluks. Baybars therefore created a royal regiment several times larger than that of one of the most militarized Ayyubid rulers. These royal Mamluks formed the heart of the army. They were purchased young, converted to Islam, trained in weapons and horsemanship, and raised within the military household of the Sultan. Their advancement depended directly on Baybars, creating a bond of loyalty that ordinary troops could rarely match. The Sultan was not the only purchaser of military slaves. Senior emirs received land revenues partly so that they could maintain their own armed households. These commanders were expected to purchase, train, equip, and support Mamluks of their own. Although the sources do not explicitly describe a government order requiring every emir to enlarge his military household, the atmosphere of constant preparation made such expansion inevitable. Under the pressure and example of Baybars, commanders throughout the Sultanate were probably competing to acquire new recruits. The result was a military society growing rapidly at every level. Less is known about the size of the Syrian armies, but they too appear to have expanded. The conquest of Crusader territories generated additional land revenues, which could be assigned to soldiers and commanders. Baybars ordered the army of Hama to increase from 600 to 800 horsemen. This was a relatively modest change, but it reveals the Sultan's direct involvement in the military organization of even semi-autonomous Syrian territories. He did not leave Syria's defense entirely in the hands of local rulers. In 1264, Baybars sent a senior commander to inspect Syrian armies and fortresses. During the same year, he intervened in the internal military administration of Hama because he believed its Ayyubid ruler was not managing affairs effectively. The Sultan also carried out inspection tours personally. During journeys in 1269 and 1271, he examined Syrian defenses, checked the readiness of garrisons, and made sure that local officials were fulfilling their military duties. Regular forces were supported by Bedouin and Turkmen auxiliaries. These nomadic troops were especially useful as scouts, raiders, guides, and frontier cavalry. Large armies of religious volunteers, however, do not appear to have played a major role in the Mamluk campaigns against the Mongols during this period. The defense of the Sultanate depended primarily on professional soldiers rather than temporary popular mobilization. Baybars cared about quality as much as numbers. Military training became one of the defining features of his reign. Particular importance was placed on Furusiya, a broad tradition that included horsemanship, mounted archery, lance combat, swordsmanship, formation riding, and the disciplined handling of horses. Two major training grounds were constructed in Cairo. One was known as the Zahiri Hippodrome. The other, the Maidan al-Kabak, became the main center of military exercises after its construction in 1267. When Baybars was in Egypt, he reportedly visited the training ground almost every day. He practiced until the evening prayer and expected his commanders and soldiers to display similar discipline. His enthusiasm spread throughout the army. Amirs and Mamluks practiced with bows and lances in such numbers that the hippodrome became overcrowded. Participation eventually had to be regulated because too many soldiers attempted to train at the same time. Later, sultans tried to preserve this military culture, but chroniclers remembered Baybars' reign as a period of exceptional intensity. Training was not treated as ceremony or entertainment. It was preparation for survival. Baybars continued these exercises even while campaigning in Syria. The image of the Sultan personally riding, shooting, and practicing weapons reinforced his authority among men whose respect depended heavily on military ability. Training was supported by constant inspection. Baybars regularly organized formal reviews of the army. Soldiers appeared with their horses, armor, weapons, and equipment, so the Sultan could verify that they were prepared for service. He often tried to complete an inspection in a single day. This prevented men from lending horses, armor, or weapons to one another in order to conceal shortages. Absence from inspection could carry severe punishment. In one case, 5 soldiers from the Halka were hanged after failing to appear at a military review in Homs. The punishment was brutal, but it demonstrated how seriously Baybars treated readiness. Reviews allowed him to discover missing soldiers, unsuitable horses, damaged weapons, false claims, and commanders who were neglecting their responsibilities. The system was not invented by Baybars. Military inspections had existed in Islamic states for centuries. His achievement was to use the institution with unusual consistency and personal attention. Some later writers claim that Baybars also adopted the Yasa, the legal and military code associated with Genghis Khan. This claim is doubtful. No reliable contemporary source states that he introduced Mongol law into the Mamluk state. His own biographers do not describe such an adoption, and one surviving diplomatic letter actually portrays him expressing contempt for the Mongol legal tradition. Baybars was perfectly willing to borrow useful practices from his enemies, but that did not mean accepting their political ideology or legal authority. The clearest example of practical borrowing may have been the Mamluk postal system. Soon after becoming Sultan, Baybars established a network of mounted couriers linking Egypt, Damascus, the cities of Syria, and the Euphrates frontier. The need was obvious. Most of the central army remained concentrated around Cairo when it was not campaigning. A Mongol raid could cross the Euphrates and enter Syria at almost any time. Crusader forces might also attack coastal districts. Baybars himself spent long periods away from Egypt and required rapid information from the capital. He needed to know about conspiracies, rebellions, foreign attacks, and changes in military conditions before they became irreversible. Some historians have argued that the system was inspired by the old Islamic postal institution. Others suggest that Baybars borrowed the idea from the Mongol relay network known as the Yam. Both explanations are possible. The older caliphal postal system had largely disappeared, while the Mongol network was famous for moving official messages across enormous distances. Baybars had direct knowledge of Mongol practices through defectors, prisoners, refugees, and diplomatic contacts. There was no reason for him to reject an effective enemy institution simply because it was Mongol. The system was established during the earliest years of his reign. Under ordinary conditions, a message could travel between Egypt and Damascus in approximately 4 days. In urgent situations, the journey could be completed in 3. Routes connected the principal Syrian cities and extended to the frontier fortresses of Al-Bira and Al-Raba on the Euphrates. This was not a public postal service. Ordinary citizens could not simply send private correspondence through it. It existed primarily for the government and the army. Its most important purpose was the rapid transmission of warnings, orders, intelligence reports, and mobilization commands. The Sultan sometimes used members of his own elite entourage as couriers, demonstrating the importance and sensitivity of the messages being carried. Bedouin tribes played a major role in maintaining the network. They supplied horses, protected routes, guided couriers, and carried information across regions where settled administration was weak. Even this speed was not enough for Baybars. A rider still required several days to carry news from the Euphrates to Cairo. In the event of a major Mongol invasion, those days could determine whether Syria received reinforcements or was overwhelmed. A second warning system was therefore created. Chains of signal stations were established between the frontier and Damascus. During the night, urgent messages were passed through bonfires. During daylight, smoke signals were used. One line began at Al-Bira, another at Al-Raba. Both carried warnings westward toward Damascus. From there, a single network continued south toward Gaza. At Gaza, the alert could be transmitted to Cairo through mounted couriers or carrier pigeons. The speed was extraordinary for the medieval world. A warning seen on the Euphrates in the morning could reach the citadel of Cairo by nightfall. The pigeon service was also developed into a permanent institution during the early Mamluk period. Similar methods had existed under the Ayyubids, but only irregularly. Under Baybars, pigeon posts became reliable components of state communication. Important fortresses maintained trained birds capable of carrying brief military messages over long distances. The sources do not always identify Baybars as the direct founder of every communication system, but the timing makes his role highly probable. The threat of Mongol invasion provided the clearest possible reason for creating them. Communication depended not only on horses, pigeons, and signals. Roads and bridges also had to be improved. Baybars ordered the repair or construction of major bridges in Syria and Palestine. One crossed the Jordan at Damiyah. Another was built at Lydda. Guard towers were placed along roads leading toward Palmyra and Al-Raba, protecting the routes used by messengers, merchants, and military forces. These projects increased the speed of troop movements and strengthened the connection between Egypt, central Syria, and the exposed eastern frontier. Fortifications formed another essential part of Baybars's defensive system. His strategy followed two very different principles depending on geography. Along the Mediterranean coast, captured Crusader cities and fortresses were often demolished rather than preserved. Inland, strongholds were repaired, enlarged, and supplied with new garrisons. A proclamation issued after the capture of Caesarea summarized the policy. While one part of the Muslim army destroyed Frankish castles in the west, another rebuilt the fortresses ruined by the Mongols in the east. The destruction of coastal defenses was based on naval reality. The Mamluks possessed no fleet capable of permanently challenging the maritime superiority of the Crusaders and Italian cities. If coastal fortifications remained intact, Christian forces arriving by sea could recapture them and use them as bridgeheads for new invasions. Baybars therefore often destroyed walls, towers, harbors, and urban defenses after conquest. Better to leave an unusable ruin than a fortified port that an enemy fleet might easily recover. The inland situation was completely different. Fortresses away from the sea could be supplied and defended by Mamluk armies. They served as garrison centers, administrative capitals, observation posts, and places of refuge during invasion. Qarqun was rebuilt east of the Palestinian coastal plain after the destruction of Caesarea and Arsuf. It became a regional center and watchpost overlooking the routes between the coast and the interior. Safad was thoroughly repaired after suffering heavy damage during its conquest. Its position allowed the Mamluks to monitor the Crusader cities farther west and control roads running through Galilee. Other former Crusader castles were captured and restored rather than demolished. These included Shakif Tirun, Hisn al-Akrad, better known as Crac des Chevaliers, and Hisn Akar. Their massive defenses were too strategically useful to abandon. Baybars also repaired many fortresses damaged during the Mongol occupation of Syria. Among them were Al-Salt, Ajlun, Sarkad, Bosra, Shazar, Al-Subayba, and Shumaimish. The citadels of Damascus, Baalbek, and Homs were restored as well. Aleppo was the important exception. Its citadel was not completely rebuilt until several decades later, perhaps because of the scale of the earlier destruction or the expense involved. When Karak was absorbed into the Sultanate in 1263, Baybars placed a new garrison there and ensured that the fortress remained ready for war. These strongholds fulfilled several functions. They were symbols of Mamluk rule and centers from which the surrounding countryside could be governed. They housed soldiers, stored weapons and food, protected roads, and offered refuge during sudden attacks. They also helped prevent rebellion. By dividing authority among several fortified centers, Baybars made it more difficult for a single governor or commander to seize all of Syria. A rebellious officer might control one city, but other garrisons could remain loyal to the Sultan and resist him. Some castles were directed mainly against the Crusaders. Kakun and Safad, for example, watched the surviving Frankish territories and the approaches from the coast. Others could serve against either enemy. A fortress built to contain Crusader raids might also become a center of resistance if the Mongols returned. This defensive value was demonstrated later when some Syrian strongholds continued resisting during renewed Mongol occupation at the end of the 13th century. Two fortresses had an especially important role in the Eastern War: Al-Bira and Al-Raba. Both guarded major routes and crossings along the Euphrates. Any Mongol army moving into Syria had to cross or bypass this river frontier. Al-Bira had been occupied by the Mongols during Hulagu's invasion. Its walls and towers were partially destroyed before the garrison withdrew after Ain Jalut. A representative of the short-lived governor of Aleppo then took possession of the fortress. It survived another Mongol attack and later fell under the control of Akush al-Bali. When al-Bali submitted to Baybars in 1262, Al-Bira entered the Mamluk system and was repaired. The history of al-Rahba during the Mongol invasion is less clear. It may never have been captured at all. For a time, it appears to have remained under the authority of al-Ashraf Musa of Homs. After his death in 1264, the fortress came directly under Baybars's control. The strategic importance of these two positions was enormous. They guarded the river crossings, housed frontier troops, supported raids into Mongol territory, and provided the first warning of any invasion. They were also connected to every major communication system created by the Sultan. Mounted couriers, pigeon posts, and signal fires all began or passed through these fortresses. A Mongol army approaching the Euphrates could therefore be detected long before it reached Damascus. At the same time, Al-Bira and Al-Rahba allowed Baybars to carry the war eastward. Mamluk raiding forces could assemble there, cross the river, strike Mongol-controlled territory, and withdraw before larger enemy armies arrived. Baybars did not create a defensive wall in the modern sense. He built something more flexible, a layered military system. At the outer edge stood Bedouin scouts, spies, raiders, and the Euphrates fortresses. Behind them operated signal stations, pigeon posts, and mounted couriers. Farther west stood fortified cities, mobile Syrian armies, and regional garrisons. At the center, in Cairo, waited the enlarged royal army trained and inspected under the direct supervision of the Sultan. Every part supported the others. The goal was not merely to survive the first Mongol attack, it was to detect invasions early, delay them at the frontier, gather accurate intelligence, mobilize troops rapidly, and confront the enemy with a professional cavalry army. Ain Jalut had been won under exceptional circumstances. Baybars intended to make sure that the next victory would not depend on luck. Baybars understood that the struggle with the Ilkhanids could not be won through armies alone. Fortresses, cavalry, and rapid communications were essential, but diplomacy offered another weapon: the possibility of forcing the enemy to fight on more than one front. The Ilkhans reached the same conclusion. From the earliest years of the Mamluk-Ilkhanid conflict, both sides searched for foreign partners who could distract, weaken, or surround their opponent. Baybars looked north toward the Golden Horde, while the Ilkhans attempted to build closer relations with the Crusader states and the Christian kingdoms of Europe. These diplomatic exchanges were not secondary to the war. They formed an essential part of it. Each embassy, marriage proposal, commercial agreement, and military appeal was connected to the wider attempt to reshape the balance of power across Eurasia. For Baybars, the most promising partner was Berki Khan, ruler of the Golden Horde. Their relationship emerged from a simple political reality. Both men regarded Hulagu as an enemy. Berke belonged to the Yochid branch of the Mongol royal family, while Hulagu descended from Tolui, another son of Genghis Khan. Before Hulagu created his Western Empire, the Jochids appear to have exercised some form of authority over parts of Iran and the lands south of the Caucasus. The exact nature of this authority remains uncertain. It may never have amounted to direct administration, but the Jochids expected to receive revenue, tribute, and a share of the wealth extracted from the conquered territories. Hulagu's arrival changed everything. By establishing his own power in Iran and Azerbaijan, he excluded the Golden Horde from regions it considered part of its inheritance. Valuable pastures, cities, trade routes, and tax revenues were now controlled by the Ilkhanid court. The conflict was therefore rooted above all in land, sovereignty, and money. Other disputes made the hostility even more intense. Hulagu executed several Yochid princes who had commanded troops in his army. Berke could hardly ignore the killing of members of his own royal branch. The two rulers also supported rival candidates during the civil war over the position of Great Khan. Berke favored Arek Boke, while Hulagu supported Kublai. Their competition in the West therefore became connected to the larger political crisis dividing the Mongol world. Religion added another layer. Berke had converted to Islam, while Hulagu had destroyed Baghdad and ordered the execution of the Abbasid Caliph. Muslim chroniclers naturally emphasized Berke's anger at the destruction of the caliphate. His faith may genuinely have strengthened his hostility toward Hulagu, but religion was not the original cause of their conflict. Questions of territory, revenue, and royal authority were already enough to bring them toward war. Open fighting probably began during the winter of 1261 or 1262. Berke sent an army south under the command of the powerful Prince Nogai. His troops passed through the narrow corridor of Derbent, known as the Iron Gate, between the Caucasus Mountains and the Caspian Sea. Nogai established himself in Shirvan, threatening Hulagu's northern frontier. Hulagu responded personally. In August 1262, he left his royal camp and moved north. His advance forces confronted Nogai in November and defeated him, forcing the Golden Horde army to retreat toward the Derbent Pass. A second battle followed in December. Nogai was again driven back and withdrew into the Kipchak steppe. The Ilkhanid commanders believed they had won a decisive victory. Under the nominal leadership of Hulagu's son, Abaka, they pushed north beyond the Caucasus, crossed the Terek River, and entered Golden Horde territory. There they discovered one of Berke's abandoned winter camps. It was deserted but well supplied with food, animals, and other provisions. The Ilkhanid soldiers relaxed. For 3 days they feasted and celebrated, believing the enemy had fled. It was a trap. Berke's army suddenly returned and struck the unprepared invaders on January 14th, 1263. The Ilkhanid troops were completely defeated and fled toward the frozen Terek. During the retreat, the ice broke beneath the weight of men, horses, and equipment. Many soldiers drowned in the freezing river. Abaka escaped, but the shattered survivors were pursued back toward Derbent. Berke then ended the chase and returned north. According to a report preserved by Mamluk historians, Berke surveyed the battlefield and lamented the scale of the bloodshed. Mongols, he complained, were being killed by Mongol swords. Had they remained united, he declared, they might have conquered the entire world. Whether the words were recorded exactly, or later shaped by chroniclers, they captured the tragedy of the Mongol civil wars. Men who had once fought together in campaigns of global conquest were now destroying one another over territory, succession, and wealth. The statement also suggests that Berke had not completely abandoned the older Mongol vision of universal expansion. His alliance with Baybars was born not from a rejection of Mongol imperial ambition, but from the political reality that the empire had divided into competing states. The conflict with Hulagu may also have forced Berke to abandon plans for another invasion of Eastern Europe. Armies that might have marched west now had to defend the Caucasus and the Volga steppe. The war did not immediately develop into continuous large-scale campaigning. Rumors circulated that Nogai intended to invade again through Derbent, but these plans were abandoned when Hulagu received formal recognition from Kublai Khan. Hulagu also prepared another army to avenge the disaster at the Terek, but he died in February 1265 before launching the operation. The struggle would continue under his successor Abaka. The exact goals of Berke's first campaigns are not clearly recorded. He probably intended to force Hulagu to acknowledge Jochid rights in northern Iran and Azerbaijan and to restore the revenues that had been lost after the creation of the Ilkhanate. The Golden Horde was not trying to destroy the Mongol presence in Iran entirely. It wanted to recover its share of the imperial inheritance. News of the growing conflict reached the Mamluk court during 1262. Baybars immediately recognized its importance. A war between the Golden Horde and the Ilkhanate could relieve pressure on Syria and prevent Hulagu from concentrating all his armies against Egypt. Berke's conversion to Islam provided the perfect language through which Baybars could approach him. The Sultan sent his first message through merchants from the lands of the Alans. The letter emphasized Berke's Muslim identity and encouraged him to fight Hulagu as a religious duty. Baybars reminded him that loyalty to faith should take precedence over loyalty to blood. Just as the Prophet Muhammad had fought members of his own Quraysh tribe, Berke should not hesitate to wage war against Mongol relatives who threatened Islam. The letter accused Hulagu of abandoning true belief and even claimed that he had become a Christian. It then described Baybars's own campaigns against the Mongols and presented the Mamluk Sultan as the leading defender of Islam. The religious language served several purposes. It created a moral bond between the two rulers, justified cooperation between a Mongol Khan and a former slave soldier, and attempted to transform Berke's regional struggle into part of a wider holy war. More detailed information arrived in Egypt near the end of 1262 when around 200 Mongol refugees entered the Mamluk Sultanate. These men had originally belonged to Jochid contingents sent years earlier to serve in Hulagu's campaigns. As relations between the two royal branches deteriorated, Hulagu began killing or disarming soldiers associated with Berke. Berke reportedly instructed the survivors to return to his lands. If that proved impossible, they were to seek refuge with Baybars. Their arrival was highly significant. They were the first known group of Mongol military refugees to enter Mamluk service, and they brought direct evidence of the violence dividing the Mongol world. Baybars welcomed them generously. Their testimony encouraged him to send a formal embassy to Berke. The envoys departed near the end of 1262, carrying another letter from the Sultan. Once again, Baybars urged Berke to wage holy war against Hulagu. The message praised the strength of the Mamluk army, condemned the Ilkhan, and informed Berke that his followers had been received with honor in Egypt. The ambassadors also carried an oral message. They were instructed to describe the condition of Islam under Mamluk protection, the size and readiness of Baybars' forces, the Sultan's commitment to warfare against the Mongols, and his personal affection for Berke. During their journey, the Mamluk envoys reached Constantinople and unexpectedly encountered ambassadors from Berke traveling in the opposite direction. One of Baybars' representatives became ill and returned to Egypt, but the rest continued toward the Golden Horde. When they finally reached Berke's camp, Baybars' letter was translated into a Turkic language so the Khan and his commanders could understand it fully. The message was reportedly received with great enthusiasm. Berke prepared a reply and sent his own envoys back with the Mamluk delegation. The journey took nearly 2 years. The ambassadors did not return to Egypt until September 1264. Berke's first embassy had already reached Cairo in May 1263. The delegation arrived with representatives from the Byzantine Emperor Michael VIII Palaiologos and from Genoa, demonstrating the international importance of the emerging alliance. When Baybars returned from campaigning in Syria, he received Berke's letter. The Khan asked for direct military cooperation against Hulagu. According to one version, Berke accused the Ilkhan of violating the laws and decrees associated with Genghis Khan. He condemned Hulagu for killing members of the Mongol royal family and for committing mass slaughter. Berke also declared that he and several of his brothers had embraced Islam and were prepared to avenge both the murdered Abbasid Caliph and the suffering of the Muslim community. Then he made a practical proposal. Baybars should send an army toward the Euphrates and block Hulagu's roads while Berke attacked from the north. The Ilkhanate would be forced to fight in two directions at once. Another account presents the plan even more clearly. Berke would invade from the Caucasus while Baybars advanced from Syria. Hulagu would be trapped between them, and each ally would keep whatever territory he conquered. The letter marked a major development. Earlier communication had consisted mainly of religious encouragement and expressions of friendship. Now Berke was proposing a coordinated military strategy. For the first time, a powerful Mongol prince was openly seeking cooperation with an independent non-Mongol ruler against another branch of the house of Genghis Khan. This was a clear sign that the united Mongol Empire was breaking apart. The old ideology had demanded that all foreign rulers submit to Mongol authority. Yet Berke was now treating Baybars as a partner rather than a subject. Political necessity had become stronger than the claim of universal Mongol unity. The reference to the laws of Genghis Khan also reveals that Islam was not Berke's only justification. His first argument was that Hulagu had violated the accepted political order of the Mongol world. He had occupied disputed territories, withheld revenues, killed Yochid princes, and ignored the rights of Berke's branch of the royal family. Religion helped strengthen the alliance, but the underlying conflict remained one of power and resources. Still, Berke's Islamic faith should not be dismissed as mere propaganda. It made cooperation with Baybars easier and offered moral justification for war against his own relatives. It may also have increased the determination of Berke and his Muslim followers to resist the Ilkhanids. The alliance remained possible even under later Golden Horde rulers who were not Muslims, confirming that strategic interests were more fundamental. But under Berke, shared religion gave the relationship a language of unity and trust. Baybars received the Golden Horde envoys with great ceremony. Before their departure, they attended a Friday sermon delivered by the Abbasid Caliph al-Hakim in Cairo. The Caliph encouraged Berke to continue the holy war and sent an oral message of his own. Baybars then prepared a new embassy, carrying lavish gifts and another carefully composed letter. The Sultan's secretary wrote the document, but Baybars and senior commanders personally added material. The letter repeated many familiar themes: condemnation of Hulagu, praise for Berke's faith, descriptions of Mamluk military power, and calls for coordinated action. Another surviving version is more practical. It suggests that Baybars accepted Berke's proposal for a joint attack and expressed his willingness to enter into peace and cooperation with the Khan. Some later wording has been interpreted as Baybars offering submission to Berke, but that is highly unlikely. The Sultan had defeated the Mongols at Ain Jalut, ruled Egypt and Syria, and had received formal authority from an Abbasid Caliph. There was no political reason for him to become a vassal of the Golden Horde. The expression probably referred to entering a state of alliance, harmony, or peaceful loyalty rather than actual subordination. Baybars may have deliberately used terminology familiar to the Mongols in order to make the agreement more appealing. He reinforced the relationship through religious symbolism. Berke's name was ordered to be mentioned in the Friday prayers of Mecca, Medina, and Jerusalem. After the names of the Caliph and Baybars, prayers were offered for the Muslim Khan of the Golden Horde. This was an extraordinary honor. It publicly presented Berke as a legitimate Muslim ruler and a partner in the defense of Islam. It also sent a clear message to Hulagu that the Mamluks regarded the Golden Horde as an ally. The new Mamluk embassy left Cairo in July 1263. Its leaders were the commander Akush al-Masudi and the scholar Abd al-Rahman al-Hashimi. Their journey took them first to Constantinople, where Byzantine politics brought the mission to a sudden halt. Envoys from Hulagu were also present at the imperial court. Emperor Michael VIII feared that allowing the Mamluk ambassadors to continue toward Burqa would anger the Khan. He therefore prevented them from leaving. One envoy eventually returned to Egypt after 15 months. Akush remained in Constantinople for 2 full years. The delay exposed the fragile position of Byzantium. Constantinople stood between rival Mongol powers, depended on Black Sea trade, and wished to avoid provoking either the Golden Horde or the Ilkhanate. The situation changed when Nogai invaded Byzantine Thrace with a large Golden Horde army and threatened Constantinople. Akush used the crisis to his advantage. He approached Nogai and argued that the Byzantine emperor was at peace with Baybars. Since Burqa was also Baybars's ally, the Golden Horde should not attack a ruler who maintained friendly relations with the Mamluk Sultan. The argument succeeded. Nogai reduced the pressure on Constantinople, and Emperor Michael rewarded the Mamluk ambassador by finally allowing him to continue his journey. Akush reached Burq's court, completed his mission, and eventually returned to Egypt in 1267. The alliance between Baybars and Burq never produced the perfectly coordinated invasion envisioned in their letters. Mamluk and Golden Horde armies did not meet on the battlefield or divide the Ilkhanid realm between them. Yet the relationship still had enormous strategic value. Burqa's attacks across the Caucasus forced Hulagu and his successors to keep powerful armies in the north. Troops that might otherwise have invaded Syria had to defend Azerbaijan and the approaches to Iran. Baybars did not need the Golden Horde to destroy the Ilkhanate. He needed it to keep the Ilkhans occupied. In that sense, the alliance succeeded. Diplomatic contact between the Mamluks and the Golden Horde continued after their first exchanges, although the rhythm of communication was uneven. In March 1264, Baybars dispatched another mission to Burq Khan. The names of the ambassadors are not recorded, and the expedition disappears from the surviving accounts. It may have delivered little more than renewed assurances of friendship and encouragement against the Ilkhanids. A more important Golden Horde embassy reached Egypt in September of the same year. The envoys returned alongside one of Baybars's earlier representatives and brought with them an Ayyubid refugee from the family that had once ruled Mayafarakin. This man had personally witnessed fighting between Burqa and Hulagu, and could therefore provide the Mamluk court with valuable information about the Mongol civil war. Burqa's letter once again emphasized the religious justification for his struggle. He portrayed the conflict with Hulagu as a war against an enemy of Islam, and included a list of Mongol nobles who had converted to the Muslim faith. For Baybars, such information was politically useful. It allowed him to present the Golden Horde not merely as a strategic partner, but as a growing Muslim power resisting the destroyers of Baghdad. After this embassy, diplomatic activity temporarily slowed. There is no clear record of further Golden Horde missions for several years, and Baybars appears to have sent no new ambassadors between 1265 and 1267. This pause did not necessarily indicate a breakdown in relations. By then, both sides understood the basic terms of their partnership. Burqa would continue fighting the Ilkhanids in the Caucasus, while Baybars would oppose them from Syria. Young military slaves and commercial goods would continue moving from the Golden Horde toward Egypt. There may simply have been little need to repeat the same promises through expensive and dangerous embassies. The situation changed when news arrived that Burqa had died and that Munka Temur had succeeded him. In late 1267, Baybars sent a new mission to the Golden Horde. The tone of the correspondence had to change. Unlike Burq, Munka Temur was not a Muslim, so appeals based on Islamic solidarity would have carried less weight. Instead, Baybars expressed his condolences for the death of the new Khan's great-uncle and encouraged him to continue the struggle against Hulagu's family. Strategic interests now stood more openly at the center of the relationship. The movement of these embassies through Byzantine territory remains difficult to reconstruct. In 1268 or 1269, an envoy from Emperor Michael VIII Palaiologos arrived at Baybars' court and announced that, after learning of Berk's death, he had allowed a previously detained Mamluk delegation to continue north. The chronology is confusing because Berk had already been dead for roughly 2 years. It is also unclear which embassy had been detained. The mission may have been the one sent to Munka Timur in 1267, although the sources do not state this explicitly. There was further confusion because Golden Horde ambassadors had apparently been waiting in Cairo while Baybars knew that Byzantine authorities were obstructing. Communication through Constantinople. Why the Sultan continued sending envoys along the same route is not explained. Whatever the precise sequence, Baybars eventually sent a letter back with the Golden Horde representatives. He urged Munka Timur to continue fighting the descendants of Hulagu and reminded him of the strength of the Mamluk army. Baybars also informed the Khan that peace existed between the Mamluk Sultanate and Byzantium and encouraged him to establish a similar understanding with Emperor Michael. The repeated Byzantine obstruction did not seriously damage the Mamluk-Golden Horde relationship. By this stage, the partnership rested on practical interests that did not require constant ceremonial exchanges. Its first major foundation was the military slave trade. The Mamluk state depended on a continuous supply of young recruits from the Eurasian steppe. Most of these boys came from lands controlled or influenced by the Golden Horde. Without this flow of new Mamluks, the military elite of Egypt could not reproduce itself. The sons of existing Mamluks did not normally enter the same institution, so every generation had to be created through the purchase, conversion, education, and training of new arrivals. The connection with the Golden Horde was therefore essential to the long-term survival of the Mamluk military system. Baybars could enlarge his army only as long as merchants continued transporting young recruits through the Black Sea and the Bosphorus. The alternative overland routes were far less useful. The Ilkhanids controlled Iran and much of eastern Anatolia, blocking or threatening the roads that might otherwise connect Egypt with the steppe. Maintaining access through Byzantine territory was consequently a matter of national security. Emperor Michael occasionally delayed Mamluk ambassadors, but the slave trade itself appears to have continued. Had the supply of recruits been completely interrupted, the effects would probably have appeared in the military and historical record. Instead, Baybars' reign witnessed an extraordinary expansion of the Mamluk army. Genoese merchants had strong commercial reasons to preserve the traffic. They were among the principal carriers of young slaves from the Black Sea and benefited enormously from continued access to Egyptian markets. As allies and commercial partners of Byzantium, they provided an additional reason for Michael not to shut the route permanently. The second foundation of the relationship was the shared hostility toward the Ilkhanate. Beyond these two interests, the alliance achieved relatively little. No permanent joint command was created, and Mamluk and Golden Horde armies never carried out the perfectly coordinated invasion envisioned in their letters. Once Baybars had confirmed that the northern Khans would continue opposing Hulagu's dynasty and permitting the export of Mamluk recruits, frequent embassies became less necessary. The same was true from the Golden Horde perspective. Baybars had already demonstrated his hostility toward the Ilkhanids and his determination to defend Syria. When Berke died, however, Baybars needed to ensure that his successor would preserve the same policies. The 1267 embassy was therefore less about creating a new alliance than confirming the survival of the old arrangement. The war between the Golden Horde and the Ilkhanate would probably have occurred even without Mamluk diplomacy. Its causes lay within the Mongol world, disputed territories, lost revenues, the execution of Jochid princes, and rivalry between royal branches. Baybars did not create the conflict, but he benefited from it enormously. Every Ilkhanid army sent north toward the Caucasus was an army unavailable for an invasion of Syria. Every crisis along the Terek, Kur, or Oxus rivers forced the rulers of Iran to divide their attention and resources. The war also strengthened Mamluk morale. The Mongols of Iran no longer appeared as part of one united and limitless empire. They were surrounded by enemies and vulnerable to attack from rival Mongol states. Most importantly, the conflict gave Baybars time. Hulagu understood the consequences. After Kitbuka's defeat at Ain Jalut, he reportedly intended to send another army into Syria. The death of Mungke and the developing struggle with the Golden Horde prevented him from doing so. The Northern War therefore delayed the expected Mongol revenge and allowed Baybars to enlarge his army, repair fortresses, construct communication systems, and consolidate Syria. Hostilities resumed in 1265, shortly after Hulagu's death. Berke probably regarded the accession of Abaka as an opportunity. A new ruler might face opposition, uncertainty, or weakness during the first months of his reign. Nogai was again sent south with a Golden Horde army. This time, however, he was defeated by an Ilkhanid force commanded by Abaka's brother Yoshmut somewhere south of the Caucasus. More than a year later, Abaka advanced north with the main Ilkhanid army and confronted Berke near the Kur River. The two sides skirmished for approximately 2 weeks. Abaka remained on the southern side, while Berke moved toward Tbilisi in search of another crossing. Before a decisive battle could occur, Berke died, probably early in 1267. His death broke the momentum of the campaign. The Golden Horde army lost heart and dispersed, ending this stage of the war. Before withdrawing, Abaka constructed a fortified barrier along the southern bank of the river and stationed soldiers there. The Ilkhanids hoped to prevent another sudden invasion through the Caucasus. Soon afterward, danger emerged from the opposite side of the Ilkhanate. The new threat came from the Chagatai Khanate in Central Asia. In 1268 or 1269, the Chagatai ruler Barak persuaded his kinsman Teguder, who commanded Chagatai troops within Iran, to abandon Abaka and return east. Teguder attempted to escape with his soldiers through the Derbent route. Loyalist forces pursued him, defeated his contingent, and forced him to surrender. Barak himself then crossed the Oxus in the spring of 1270. At least initially, he appears to have acted with the approval or encouragement of both Mungke Timur of the Golden Horde and Kaidu, the powerful Oghadade ruler of Central Asia. Abaka responded personally and led his army east. The opposing forces met near Herat on July 22, 1270. Barak suffered a crushing defeat and escaped with only a small part of his army. After this victory, the eastern frontier of the Ilkhanate remained comparatively secure for the rest of Abaka's reign. Baybars received a distorted report of these events while he was at Ashkelon in October 1270. He was told that Berke's nephew had defeated Abaka. The Sultan greeted the news with enthusiasm, believing that the Golden Horde had won another important victory. In reality, no such battle is recorded in the Persian or pro-Mongol sources. The report was probably a confused echo of the war against Barak in Khorasan. The mistake reveals the limitations of medieval intelligence. Even Baybars' sophisticated communication network could not always provide accurate information about wars occurring thousands of kilometers away. Still, the wider pattern was unmistakable. During the decade following Ain Jalut, the Ilkhanate faced major external threats in 1262 to 1263, 1265, and 1270. It also endured Teguder's rebellion, succession problems, and the difficulties that naturally accompanied the consolidation of a new state. Under such conditions, neither Hulagu nor Abaka could concentrate fully on Syria. The Ilkhans maintained pressure through raids, threats, and diplomacy with European rulers, but they could not organize a sustained invasion with the full strength of their empire. Once relative calm returned to the northern and eastern borders, Abaka increased his attacks on the Mamluk frontier. Several large raids were launched, but no major campaign followed immediately. The reasons are unclear. He may have remained cautious after earlier defeats, lacked reliable allies in Syria, or faced logistical difficulties in assembling and supplying a large invasion force. Later in the 1270s, another opportunity appeared after Baybars' death, when the Mamluk Sultanate entered a period of political uncertainty. Once again, Abaka could not exploit it. In 1278 or 1279, Karanas or Neguderi Mongols invaded Fars and Kirman. Soon afterward, fighting with the Golden Horde flared up again. Only at the beginning of the 1280s was Abaka finally able to devote his full attention to the Mamluks. The apparent calm between the Golden Horde and the Ilkhanate did not mean that their territorial dispute had been resolved. Abaka claimed in a letter to Baybars that the Mongol princes had overcome their divisions and were once again united. The statement was probably intended to intimidate the Mamluk Sultan by suggesting that he could no longer depend on the Golden Horde. There is some evidence that a temporary agreement existed. Persian accounts state that the Golden Horde accepted peace after Berke's death and that peaceful relations continued for many years. Münke Temür even sent congratulations to Abaka after the Ilkhan defeated Barak, despite the possibility that the Golden Horde had originally supported the invasion. Ilkhanid ambassadors later told European leaders that Abaka had made peace with neighboring Mongol rulers after defeating them. Yet, this peace was shallow. It appears to have been a temporary arrangement intended to reduce immediate pressure rather than a genuine settlement of the disputed territories. Golden Horde embassies continued arriving in Egypt, sometimes carrying direct proposals for joint war against the Ilkhanids. In 1272, Baybars informed Abaka that Münke Temür had invited him to coordinate an attack. This claim may have been intended partly as intimidation, but other evidence shows that such proposals were entirely plausible. 2 years earlier, Baybars had received a message from Nogai. The powerful Golden Horde commander announced his conversion to Islam and praised the Sultan's commitment to holy war. He declared that his people stood beside Baybars like the fingers of one hand. They would support Baybars' friends and oppose his enemies. The Sultan answered warmly, congratulating Nogai for following the example of Berke. He proposed the familiar two-front strategy. The Mamluks would attack from the west, while the Golden Horde struck from the north. Together, they would continue until their common enemies were defeated. No separate Mamluk embassy is recorded, so the reply was probably carried back by Nogai's own representatives. Another diplomatic incident occurred in 1272. Envoys from Münke Temür were sailing toward Mamluk territory when pirates, probably from Marseille or Pisa, captured their ship in the Mediterranean. A translator previously sent by Baybars to the Golden Horde was taken prisoner with them. The captives were brought to Acre. Baybars feared that the Crusaders might hand them over to Abaka, revealing the contents of their correspondence and damaging the alliance. He applied immediate pressure on the rulers of Acre and secured their release. The envoys carried letters in Arabic and Persian. Münke Temür declared that he was the enemy of Baybars' enemies, and that he loved the Sultan as Berke had before him. Another version of the message repeated an older proposal. Baybars could keep any Ilkhanid territory he conquered, while both sides would cooperate in destroying the House of Hulagu. The Sultan did not commit himself to a specific joint invasion. Instead, he informed the Khan that Abaka had recently sent ambassadors demanding Mamluk submission. He also reported a fresh Mamluk victory against Mongol troops at Albira. The message emphasized that Baybars remained strong, defiant, and capable of resisting Ilkhanid pressure. In February or March 1273, the Golden Horde envoys returned home, accompanied by Mamluk representatives and expensive gifts. Baybars sent another embassy to Münke Temür near the beginning of 1275. In 1277, shortly before beginning his invasion of Seljuk Anatolia, he received another group of Mongol ambassadors. Their warm reception strongly suggests that they represented the Golden Horde rather than Abaka. A further northern embassy reached Cairo in August 1277, shortly after Baybars' death. Contact then appears to have paused until Qalawun became Sultan in 1280. Qalawun wrote to Münke Temür and Nogai announcing his accession and urging them to continue the struggle against the enemies of Islam. By the time his ambassadors arrived, Münke Temür had died. The letter and gifts were therefore presented to his successor, Töde Münke. The rulers changed, but the strategic logic remained the same. Egypt and the Golden Horde were separated by enormous distances and never created a unified military command. Their armies did not coordinate campaigns with precision, and their diplomatic promises frequently exceeded what either side was prepared to deliver. Yet the relationship achieved the most important objective Baybars had sought. The Golden Horde remained hostile to the Ilkhanate. That hostility forced the Mongols of Iran to defend the Caucasus, watch Central Asia, and divide their military strength. The alliance was imperfect, indirect, and often symbolic. But every year, the Ilkhan spent fighting other Mongols was another year in which the Mamluk Sultanate could prepare for the war that was still to come. The relationship between the Mamluks and the Golden Horde became one of the most valuable elements in Baybars' strategy against the Ilkhanids. Yet, its importance must be understood carefully. The connection served two major purposes. First, it helped preserve the supply of young military slaves from the Eurasian steppe. These recruits were essential to the Mamluk system. Without a continuous flow of boys from the lands north of the Black Sea, the military elite of Egypt could not renew itself. Second, Baybars hoped that the Golden Horde would keep the Ilkhanids occupied in the Caucasus. As long as the Mongols of Iran faced a powerful enemy in the north, they could not concentrate their entire army against Syria. In practice, this second objective was achieved. The repeated wars between the Golden Horde and the Ilkhanate forced Hulagu and his successors to divide their attention, defend Azerbaijan, and maintain large forces near the Caucasian frontier. For the Mamluks, that pressure was immensely valuable. But the relationship should not be exaggerated into a perfectly organized military alliance. The Golden Horde was extremely distant from Egypt. Messages had to cross the Black Sea, pass through Byzantine-controlled territory, and then continue through the eastern Mediterranean. Journeys could take months or even years. Constant communication was difficult, and coordinated military action was almost impossible. Although the Khans occasionally proposed joint offensives, no effective common strategy was ever created. Mamluk and Golden Horde armies did not agree on precise dates, targets, or routes, and they never launched the kind of synchronized campaign imagined in their diplomatic letters. The war between the Golden Horde and the Ilkhanate had also begun for reasons internal to the Mongol world. Baybars encouraged it, benefited from it, and attempted to intensify it, but he did not create it. For this reason, the relationship might be described more accurately as a strategic understanding rather than a formal alliance. Both sides knew that they had a common enemy. Both benefited from the continued hostility of the other toward the Ilkhanate. Beyond that, cooperation remained limited. At the center of this entire arrangement stood the Byzantine Empire. After Michael VIII Palaiologos recaptured Constantinople in 1261, Byzantium once again controlled the Bosphorus. This gave the emperor enormous influence over communication between Egypt and the Golden Horde. Ships carrying envoys, merchants, and young Mamluk recruits had to pass through the narrow waters controlled by Constantinople. The main overland routes through Iran and eastern Anatolia were in Ilkhanid hands, making the maritime connection through the Black Sea even more important. Without Byzantine cooperation, Baybars' access to the Kipchak steppe could be severely restricted. Michael's position, however, was extremely dangerous. The Golden Horde lay beyond the Black Sea, while the Ilkhanate controlled lands to the east. The two Mongol states were at war, and each expected neighboring rulers to avoid assisting the other. If Michael moved too close to the Golden Horde and the Mamluks, he risked provoking the Ilkhans. If he supported the Ilkhanids too openly, he might face attacks from the Golden Horde or damage his profitable commercial relationship with Egypt. His survival depended on balancing both sides. In 1261 or 1262, Michael sent Baybars a message expressing friendship and support. Baybars responded by sending an embassy led by Faris al-Din Akush al-Masudi. The mission carried unusual gifts, including Mongol prisoners captured at Ain Jalut. It also included the Melkite Patriarch of Egypt, whose presence had apparently been requested by the Byzantine emperor. During this embassy, an agreement was probably reached granting Mamluk envoys and slave merchants passage through the Bosphorus. Michael had strong reasons to encourage friendly relations. His hold over Constantinople was still recent and insecure. The former Latin rulers and their Western allies continued dreaming of recovering the city. The emperor therefore sought as many diplomatic partners as possible. Good relations with Egypt could protect Byzantine trade, reduce threats from the eastern Mediterranean, and perhaps discourage Baybars from supporting any Latin attempt against Constantinople. The initial understanding did not last long. In July 1263, Baybars sent another embassy toward Burqa Khan. When the Mamluk representatives reached Constantinople, they discovered that envoys from Hulagu were also present at Michael's court. The emperor prevented the Mamluks from continuing their journey. This was not an impulsive decision. Michael had already concluded a secret agreement with Hulagu in the autumn of 1261. One provision concerned the Seljuk prince Iz al-Din Kaykaus, who had taken refuge at the Byzantine court and was to remain under imperial supervision. The agreement probably reflected the desire of both powers to stabilize Anatolia. Michael did not want Ilkhanid hostility on his eastern frontier, while Hulagu wanted to prevent displaced Seljuk princes from becoming centers of resistance. Michael explained his decision to the detained Mamluk envoys with unusual honesty. Byzantium lay close to Hulagu's territory. If the Ilkhan learned that Michael had helped Baybars communicate with Burq, he might conclude that the peace between Byzantium and the Ilkhanate had ended. The result could be a Mongol attack on Byzantine lands. From Michael's perspective, delaying the embassy was an act of survival. Baybars did not accept the excuse. When he learned in July 1264 that his envoys were still being held, he responded dramatically. He assembled Orthodox bishops and senior clergy in Egypt and had Michael formally condemned for violating his oath. The Sultan then sent a harsh message to Constantinople. He accused the emperor of breaking his commitments and demanded the release of the embassy. Baybars also offered to mediate between Byzantium and the Golden Horde if Michael's fear resulted from hostilities with Burq. In other words, the Sultan presented himself as capable of protecting the emperor from the very northern Mongols whose friendship had caused the crisis. One Mamluk chronicler claimed that Michael released the ambassador immediately after receiving this warning. That account is doubtful. Akush al-Masudi remained detained for approximately 2 years before finally being allowed to continue. For several years, direct communication between Baybars and Michael became limited. Contact between the Mamluks and the Golden Horde also slowed, although Akush eventually completed his mission and probably returned through Constantinople around 1266. Relations had clearly not returned to their earlier warmth. In 1268 or 1269, Michael finally sent another representative to Baybars. His message announced an end to the colder policy he had followed and proposed a return to the former state of peace. The emperor also released Mamluk envoys who had apparently remained detained until after Burq's death. The chronology is confused since Burq had already been dead for some time, but the broader meaning is clear. Michael was attempting to repair relations with Cairo. He even offered to mediate between Baybars and Abaka, Hulagu's successor. Baybars rejected the proposal. The Sultan had no intention of allowing the Byzantine emperor to become the intermediary between Egypt and the Ilkhanate. He also refused to swear an oath, promising to be the friend of Michael's friends. Such language might have forced Baybars to recognize Abaka as a friendly ruler, an idea he found unacceptable. Baybars was more willing to mediate between Byzantium and Mönke Temür of the Golden Horde. This arrangement suited his interests far better. Peace between Constantinople and the northern Mongols would protect the Black Sea route and keep communication with the steppe open. Michael's renewed approach to Baybars was probably connected to the growing danger from Western Europe. In 1266, Charles of Anjou conquered Sicily and southern Italy. Soon afterward, he began organizing a coalition aimed at restoring Latin rule in Constantinople. For Michael, this threat was immediate and potentially fatal. He needed to prevent Baybars, the Golden Horde, or other regional powers from supporting his Western enemies. A better relationship with the Mamluk Sultanate offered diplomatic security at a moment when Byzantium faced the possibility of another Latin invasion. At the same time, however, Michael continued strengthening his relationship with the Ilkhanids. In 1265, he sent an illegitimate daughter east to marry Hulagu. She arrived after the Ilkhan's death and instead married his son Abaka. This marriage created a direct dynastic connection between Byzantium and the Ilkhanid court. There is also evidence that around 1267 or 1268, Michael may have participated in discussions about an anti-Mamluk arrangement involving the Ilkhanids and King James I of Aragon. The emperor's motives remain uncertain. He may have hoped that closer relations with Aragon would prevent James from joining the anti-Byzantine coalition led by Charles of Anjou. Michael was therefore not committing himself permanently to either side. He negotiated with Baybars, maintained a marriage alliance with Abarca, attempted to influence the Golden Horde, and cultivated Western rulers, all at the same time. Nothing substantial emerged from the proposed anti-Mamluk arrangements. Byzantine and Mamluk relations eventually returned to a more stable condition, largely because both sides needed the commercial route through Constantinople to remain open. This complicated diplomacy makes it difficult to speak of a united Mamluk Golden Horde Byzantine alliance against the Ilkhanids. Byzantium was never a fully reliable member of such a bloc. Michael repeatedly obstructed Mamluk embassies, maintained friendly relations with the Ilkhans, and even connected his family to Abarca through marriage. His policy was based on balance, not loyalty. He did his best to play rival Mongol and Muslim powers against one another while avoiding direct conflict with any of them. It is equally misleading to imagine a simple alliance between the Ilkhanids and all Latin Christian powers. The Western Christian world was deeply divided. Genoese merchants, for example, played a major role in maintaining trade between the Golden Horde and Egypt. Their ships transported young Turkic slaves from the Black Sea toward Mamluk territory. Commercial profit encouraged them to preserve a relationship that directly strengthened the military power of the Mamluk Sultanate. Thus, one group of Latin Christians assisted the very connection that the Ilkhans wished to weaken. The Venetians might have acted similarly had the Latin Empire retained Constantinople. Commercial interest often mattered more than religious solidarity. A government controlling the Bosphorus would have had powerful financial reasons to preserve the profitable slave trade with Egypt, regardless of whether it was Latin or Byzantine. Michael's recapture of Constantinople certainly made direct relations between Baybars and the Golden Horde possible, but it did not automatically transform Byzantium into a Mamluk ally. The emperor sometimes opened the route, sometimes restricted it, and constantly adjusted his policy according to the dangers surrounding him. During the later years of Baybars' reign, Byzantine relations became less visible in the chronicles. Only two further embassies from Michael are recorded, one in 1272 or 1273, and another around 1275 or 1276. In the first case, Baybars sent his own representatives back with the Byzantine delegation. The decline in recorded diplomatic missions does not necessarily mean that relations deteriorated. By then, Genoese vessels regularly carried Turkish slaves from the Kipchak steppe through the Black Sea and the Bosphorus. Golden Horde envoys also passed through Byzantine territory from time to time. These movements may have become so routine that additional ceremonial negotiations with Michael were no longer necessary. The essential arrangement was functioning. The slave trade continued. Communications with the Golden Horde remained possible. Byzantium avoided permanent war with either Mongol state, and Baybars continued receiving the manpower required to enlarge his army. Serious diplomatic activity between Constantinople and Cairo would become more visible again only after Kalawun's rise to power. Under Baybars, the Byzantine role remained one of careful mediation, occasional obstruction, and profitable cooperation. Michael Palaiologos was neither a dependable friend of the Mamluks nor a permanent ally of the Ilkhans. He was a ruler trapped between stronger powers, using the Bosphorus as his greatest diplomatic weapon. Baybars understood this perfectly. He did not need Michael to become a loyal ally. He only needed him to keep the route open.